There's an office and a building and a person and a chair, and you paid for it all, though you may be unaware. You paid for the paper, you paid for the phone, you paid for everything they need to deny you what you're owed. There ain't no you in United Health, there ain't no me in the company, there ain't no us in the private trust. There's hardly humans in humanity. Now the procedure that you're needing ain't the cost-effective route, and only 2% of people end up winning a dispute. So if you get sick, pray to God for help, 'cause your doctor's gotta pray to United Health. Way back in 77, Mr. Richard T. Burke started buying HMOs, putting federal grants to work, made 50 billion buckaroos. Last year the Warren Buffett of health, the Jeff Bezos of fear. Now CEOs come and go, and one just went. The ingredient you got, bake the cake you get. But if you get sick, cross your fingers for luck, 'cause old Richard T. Burke ain't giving a fuck. Commoditized health, monopolized fraud. Here's the doctors we own and the research we bought. They own the pharmacies and a lot of the meds. They should start buying graves to sell us when we're all dead. There ain't no you in United Health, there ain't no me in the company, there ain't no us in the private trust. There's hardly humans in humanity. There's hardly humans in humanity.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta. Episode 72, Going Down the Rabbit Hole, with special guest, Dr. Ben Marble. Big Pharma gets served with Shelby Hosana. A real fake news update. CNN stages Syrian theater. This week in HOLLYWOKE, Jay-Z has 100 problems. World War III watch. The plan for Greater Israel revealed. Plus, an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your hosts, Matt Weinglass and Craig Pasta.
All right. Welcome everyone to another Homeless Left with Pasta to Go. Today, we're going coast to coast, east to west. We're doing it today. This is an awesome team up show. I'm glad to be back with you, Craig, doing this together today for the next few hours, I guess. A lot of show today. Oh, you got to get your mute. You're mute. You're mute, I think.
Well, I got a million things going on right over here. Nobody's getting the notification bell for the YouTube. So if we can share the YouTube out, I mean, it's like 5 people on that. That's like impossible. I know I'm not that unpopular. So please help us out over there. I mean, literally, it's like not even, it was weird. It wasn't even coming up. So sorry.
Yeah, that happened yesterday as well with Garland. I was on with Garland Nixon. None of the notifications went out to his people. They were all chiming in saying, "What's going on? I'm not getting the notification." So something's going on.
Yeah, it's instead of Kash Patel, who's slated to be the next head of the FBI, feeding us the horse shit about that he's going to release Epstein's client list, which there's no Epstein's client list. There's a lot of bribery stuff he has on people, but they're not going to release anything relevant. And then he goes and praises we need to pay attention to Israel. I think that Jeffrey Epstein had some close ties with the Mossad there. He's going to expose them. No, he's not. All right. I mean, look, instead of going over there and say that you're going to give us nothing, right? Like to just give us pretend red meat that all the populist right people are saying, oh my God, when Kash Patel gets in, people are going to pay a price for what they did. They're going to release the Epstein's list and we're going to find the pedophiles. No, we're not. That they're duping us. Instead of doing that, why don't you do something really that would be worthwhile doing, that would be really beneficial to the people out there? Force YouTube to comply with the law, right? Acting as a platform, not as a publisher. Make them show their homework. And if they did and they robbed anybody and they ruined anybody's livelihood and didn't have a reason to, allow us to sue them. Take away their safeguards. Push real free speech in America. See, at the end of the day, and I wrote this down because I'm going to make a tweet, Matt, and let me just hand it over to you after. But this is very important because this is going to be the bulk of our work moving forward, right? The press is supposed to be the fourth estate. We're supposed to hold the government accountable. One of the number one rules, responsibilities for a free press is to hold power accountable. Democrats aren't in office anymore, are they? I mean, locally, yes. Statewide, yes. And we can investigate all those things, like the Democrats stealing the election or the establishment stealing the elections with the face of the Democrats in California, by the way. A guy won a seat 24 days after the election night. It's just ridiculous because they can do that anytime. But in charge are who? The Republicans, the Donald Trumpers, all his base, all his people. It's time to hold them accountable. So I am not going to be duped. And I got a lot of friends out there that are still playing this game. Oh, the Democrats are this awful, they're this bad. Yeah, they're supposed to look that way. So it makes Donald Trump look like the outsider that he isn't. You see what I'm saying? And I put down, Donald Trump's whole act is to act as if he's an outsider while not getting exposed as an insider and keeping us in the left-right paradigm. That's what he's there to do. And by doing so, if you're distracted looking at your neighbor, if you're looking at the Democrat, the Marxist, Leninist Democrat, you're not looking at power. And little things slip through the cracks and the crevices. I don't know if he's going to join us today. I hope he has. I haven't heard back from him. Dr. Ben Marble is supposed to be here. And I'm going to ask him, if he comes on, we're going to talk about the 5 public health cabinet positions he's tapped. They're not good people. They failed us. They let us down. And in fact, Donald Trump failed us and let us down with Operation Warp Speed. So I'm not going to be playing that game. And I have a lot of friends out there, and I can name them, right? Like Garland Nixon, Manila Chan. I love these people. I mean, Caleb kind of talked about his position. Don't get duped too much on the Democrats being so bad. That's what they're there to do. That's the role they're playing right now. So you accept this, that you hope for this. I mean, I know there's a lot of people at RT that are still hoping that, in Sputnik, that are hoping that Donald Trump releases the sanctions. It's never going to happen. You know why? Because that control of language, that narrative that they want to spew in the media comes from the ruling class and the elite. It don't come from the Democrats. That's what they want you to think. You ain't fooling me, Cash Patel.
Listen, Craig, you make great points. And
that's my microphone.
Look, we're nice mic drop, my friend. Nice mic drop. And it's hard to argue anything you just said. I'll say this, though. The conversations we're having couldn't be had a few years ago. They just couldn't. The conversations.
Yes, they could.
No, they couldn't.
Yes, they could.
RFK Jr. on CNN actually talking about, and the commentators themselves, when he's not on, talking about big pharma corruption, talking about big food. The left's actually talking about big food corruption. They're not quite ready for big pharma corruption, but they're right there in the ballpark. They're talking about our food problem. They're talking about big food poisoning us. They're furious. And we have the healthcare issue right now. We have the CEO that was shot. We have people on the left that are furious, and they're in the streets about, let's get more of them. And then the right, yeah, okay. The right's like, all you lefties like going after CEOs. This is how we solve the problem, Craig. We do the work ourselves. We actually having these conversations. And you're right. A lot of the censorship's going to continue. That's for sure. And we understand how to deal with that. That's a everyday 24/7 battle we have here on the show. Everyone else's shows, we have to deal with this. RT has to deal with this. But the people themselves are getting angry. And look what happens when people get angry. They get in the streets. And people in power start to get a little uncomfortable. So at least we're moving the goalpost just a little bit, that we can start having these conversations, even though we're fighting censorship. So you're right. If Trump doesn't even do anything, at least just the idea, we can talk about challenging the deep state, but we have to do the work ourselves. And I think that's the point. And that's why we keep having shows like this. And I want to give a shout out to the opening, the musician, Jesse Wells. He did that, wrote the song United Health. It's blowing up on X. I think on TikTok. We don't go on TikTok too often, but this is the kind of stuff you do. You do activism yourself, whatever form that takes. Podcasting, journalism, investigative journalism like we do. We go to the story. If you're a musician, you're an artist, you tell the story in your artistic language and you get it out there. People respond. So a shout out to Jesse Wells for that one. Today, we are going down the rabbit hole. We're going down the COVID conspiracy theories that have all come true. Dr. Ben Marble may or may not be with us. We are crossing our fingers on that. We do have Shelby Hosana coming to us with some big news later in the show about big pharma getting served. Yes, you heard me correctly. Big Pharma is getting served, is in the process of that, and that is the people taking action. So we do have some positive stories coming to you today. We have some fake news, real fake news with CNN staging more theater, people waking up to that. We're going to get into the Jay-Z situation as well a little later, and more on the Syria issue, the plan for greater Israel. So we got a lot of stuff, a lot of rabbit holes to dive into today. We got a lot of content to get to. So guys, get your questions, comments ready on whatever channel you're on right now. You could be on Rumble with us, Homeless Left, with Craig Pasta to Go. You can be on Twitter right now. We're on a bunch of Twitter feeds right now, and the YouTube that is still up. Fingers crossed, you still got Pasta to Go up on YouTube. So if you're watching on any of those, get your comments on the feed, and we'll get to you guys later in the show. But before we get started, quick reminder: you guys are joining us for the first time, or you're crossing over from other audiences on other platforms, and you found us here, or you're regularly watching us. You know what we're about. You know what Craig Pasta, what we're about here on this show, on all our shows, wherever we go on. We're about punching up. We're about not being tribal. This is non-tribal approach to news, approach to life, approach to everything. We've taken the blinders off, the goggles off, and we are using our critical thinking skills because we are not happy with the current state of politics. We're not happy with our economy, and we're not happy being part of a tribe where we're not allowed to ask questions. We're not allowed to challenge the people that we vote for, that we put into office. We're not allowed to question them, or we're the problem. No, enough of that. Enough of the red team versus blue team. Enough of black versus white. Enough of the division and the hate being sold to us every day by the mainstream media, because we're going to have to do the job for them. They refuse to do the job. We're doing the job. We're ready to punch up instead of punching down. If you're ready to do that with us, then the Homeless Left and Pasta to Go is the place for you. Craig, anything else before we get into our top segment, Top Censored News?
Well, I think that as we get into this stuff, and I'm really excited, the reason why I'm so jazzed and I had that little soliloquy before we got rolling is because I was going over stuff in the file, and it's just so obvious to me right now. And like I said, I'm sticking by what I said in the beginning, and I think that a lot of people are missing the boat on this, right? They're still stuck on how bad the Democrats are. They're gone. They're done. It's over with. That part of the act is done. The third act is all about Donald Trump, right? And it's him and his power and what's going to happen there. And people had TDS for real, Trump derangement syndrome. And the reason why Trump derangement syndrome was so bad, it wasn't about Donald Trump himself. It's about what they were being mad about, right? They were trying to dupe us and keep us away from the things that really mattered to the public out there. The economics were left out. It was all the, oh my God, culture war stuff, and TDS was ridiculous. And it made us incapable of actually criticizing him in a non-sophomoric way. And that was the big problem. Now it's the opposite. It's not TDS that's the problem. It's Trump praising syndrome. I don't know. I just trying to make something up. But the hero worshiping of Trump is the problem. And that's even something I want to talk about to our guest Ben Marble about. You know what I'm saying? So many people that know what Donald Trump was all about. And I know there's a lot of people from Maha that are like, okay, they're mitigating damage this way, right? Because people say, well, you don't have a solution. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you what you shouldn't be doing. Genocide is a line, right? That is the real issue right there. And it's done by both sides. So, you can't go for somebody who's going to be the handler of Zionism, who's going to work for Israel. But at the end of the day, I think it's just so kind of crazy out there. And I can't wait to go into the show because they're still trying to do their thing. And it's just not working anymore. It's time to hold Trump accountable for the things he needs to hold accountable for. Not the grab him in the pussy video that Democrats want you to look at. You know what I'm saying? The things they accuse him are the things they don't do themselves. In other words, they would like to go after Donald Trump for emoluments, but they can't. Why? Because Nancy Pelosi is guilty of it doing herself. So their criticisms are very just surface level BS distraction porn. That's it. I just can't wait to get rolling. I'm having a great time. Thank you so much. Guys, do us a favor, share the show. Thank you, CheeseSlice, for being back. We got a 6-hour show planned, so let's get into it.
Love it. Not really 6 hours, guys, but it'll feel like we've done that much work for you because we're getting to we're gonna fire these things out to you guys. So pay attention, stick to us.
What's the over under, Matt? What's the over under of the show? We go past 7:00 p.m. I will bet that we will go past 7 o'clock p.m. and I'm going to get sushi instead of making the dinner I have planned. That's what I'm betting.
Can we be clear? You mean 7 p.m. Eastern, correct?
7 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, just to be clear with all our West Coast watchers
7
here.
p.m.
Okay.
Eastern.
Okay.
Make a
All
bet.
right.
Does anybody want action? I will guarantee you it will go over. And not because I just drag it on. It's 3:22 over here in the East Coast, and we haven't even gotten started yet. It's one of those shows, baby. A lot to say.
No. We're getting started right now, guys. And as you know,
and look how clean you look, by the way.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. We got no tech issues right now, as one of our viewers pointed out. So this is great. Good start so far. Let's get into it, guys. It's time for top censored news of the week. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents top censored news of the week. Coming in at number 3. Israel is bombing the shit out of Syria since the US-funded al-Qaeda takeover, and the mainstream media hasn't said a peep about it. The Israeli military said Tuesday that it launched 480 strikes in Syria over 48 hours following the overthrow of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, which Israeli media said marked the heaviest Israeli bombing of Syria in history. This includes Damascus, Syria's capital, one of the oldest cities in human history, standing for over 11,000 years. Although the Western media right out admits the U.S. is supporting al-Qaeda-led regime change, justifying its backing because terrorist leader al-Jawlani has apparently gone woke, they have gone completely dead silent when it comes to reporting on Israel dropping hundreds of bombs on Syria in a completely unprovoked and illegal land grab. Meanwhile, AIPAC-bought U.S. politicians repeat the lie that Israel is just defending itself, which again, the mainstream media has no problem spinning to the public. The fact that the U.S. government clearly orchestrated or at least has facilitated regime change in Syria is not sitting well with at least one congressman, Thomas Massie. It's clear as day to me that the U.S. was involved, says Massie, and whether it was led by the United States or whether we just encouraged it, the timing is definitely not a mistake. Damn the American government for supplying the bombs, and damn the mainstream media for protecting them. At number 2, jacket, backpack, gun, silencer, and manifesto paying respects to the feds found on body of alleged healthcare CEO assassin at a McDonald's 5 days later. Luigi Mangione, the man who was arrested for assassinating United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson just 5 days after the murder at a local McDonald's, was wearing the exact same outfit, including the backpack and jacket. He had multiple fake IDs, the actual murder weapon, a ghost gun, with the silencer and ammo still with it, all along with a well-crafted manifesto, which included a shout-out to the feds as he, quote, respects what they do for the country. Plus, he managed to grow out the unibrow on his face as it was oddly missing from the surveillance footage at the crime scene just 5 days earlier. No manifesto has ever thanked the police that wasn't written by the cops themselves. Luigi was a valedictorian, rich, had the whole world in his hands, then disappeared for 3 months, started erasing stuff from his Twitter account, and appeared out of nowhere to commit this well-orchestrated crime, go out of his way to hide his identity, and then basically turn himself in. Whatever the case may be, one thing we know for sure is that the mainstream media is not doing their job. Their number one purpose is to punch down on the people, suppressing information that would incriminate the powerful, all while keeping us divided and at each other's throats. Whereas it's our job to call out their bullshit and always ask the question, what are they not telling us? And the best place to always start is follow the money. And coming in at number 1, court orders FDA to produce an additional 1 million pages of Pfizer injection trial documents while Biden extends COVID-19 emergency declaration until 2029. Pfizer whistleblower releases internal documents showing over 158,000 reports of serious adverse reactions within 2 months of the release of their COVID vaccine, and now a court has ordered the FDA to produce these incriminating Pfizer documents immediately. Meanwhile, Australia's government announced that hundreds of deadly virus samples are missing in what is described as a major historical breach of biosecurity protocols. This discovery comes just days after Peter Hotez claimed in an MSNBC interview, "We have some big picture stuff coming down the pike starting on January 21st, and then goes on to name nearly a dozen viruses. And with all this going on, and with literally 5 weeks remaining until they have to turn their executive power over to Trump's team, the Biden administration extends the emergency declaration for COVID-19 all the way until 2029 in an attempt to prevent liability for mRNA COVID vaccine manufacturers. This last-ditch effort attempt to save Big Pharma from liability for chaos they've sown in so many lives is likely to be accompanied by other legal maneuvering designed to limit justice. Fortunately, we're here to bring you top censored news of the week. That is top censored news of the week, bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. But if they do cover them, they always do it in a very sloppy or dishonest way, and it's always on purpose. So these three stories are ones you're not going to get on the mainstream this week. That's why we have to cover them today. We have the COVID stuff up front. That's the number one story because there's so much going on in that direction. We want to talk about that. Craig, we also have the healthcare issue. The healthcare assassin story is ongoing as well. And of course, everything they're not telling us about Syria. The healthcare one, we've been talking about this story for a little bit, Craig, and we've been covering in real time. If you guys know, last week, we kind of broke this story because it happened the Wednesday night and we had the live show. And we kind of saw immediately, right away, the media was not giving us the information that we should have had immediately, that this was not just some guy doing a random attack or was the guy's personal life. No, the CEO was somebody who was responsible for many, many, many people not getting the treatment they deserved and then therefore dying. The bullets had the shell casings had listed on it the 3 Ds that we talked about: the deny, the defend. What was the other D? There was one more.
Depose?
Yes, depose. Yes. Which came directly from a book that was written about the corrupt healthcare system. So we reported that first last week. Now the guy's been arrested. There's a lot of debate going on whether this was a PSYOP job, inside job, MK Ultra. Is this legit? So we can talk about this if you want, Craig. I don't know unless another story stuck out to you, but we just want to keep you guys up to date on the most honest take we can give you, because we're not here on the Homeless Left and Pasta to Go. We're not here to protect power. We're not here to protect the donor class or any advertising of Big Pharma that is advertising on our show. We want the real answers, the real story, and we want to know if there's any corruption going. Guys are going to be first to hear about it. What are your thoughts, Craig?
Well, that was the first. By the way, I was really excited when that got going, and when I was watching it, I was really excited. I think that was the first time, Matt. I don't want to talk too much what happens behind the scenes. You've asked my opinions on stuff before. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. But this is the first time I think I said, hey, Matt, let's kind of combine this one with that one. Like 1 and 3 are kind of around the same thing. And let's add this one because it's not being talked about.
Yeah.
And I love what everything you put in that first segment. In the first segment, which was the number 3, working our way backwards, about how Israel has been bombing out of the gate. They've been bombing out of the gate Syria since this has happened, right? Like something we're not talking about. This is a regime change that's happening. The only thing I disagree with a lot of the sentiment out there is the fact that the CIA is trying to do this and get this done before Donald Trump gets in office. Kind of something what you said with the COVID thing at the very end, where I was like, I don't know if I really, agree with that. I think Hugo Gutierrez was in the chat yelling, yeah, Trump Operation Warp Speed. They're not trying to do anything before Trump gets in office. Forget about it. He's still going around pushing the vax. He's still bragging about ventilators. But let's digress to the first one. I think you did such an awesome job, and this is like why I like working with you. The way you kind of you have that setup, the story, and then the kind of the final uppercut with that first one. The only thing that wasn't pointed out, but that was there, is that Israel, at the behest of the United States, doing this, actually advancing in a regime change operation. So, yes, this is a coup by the United States, the West, and its allies, is that they claim that they're going to only hold the land temporary, Matt. It's a temporary buffer zone that we got from the Golan Heights, 25 up to 25 kilometers away or kilometers away from Damascus, whatever it is right out there. It's temporary, pal. I think that is hysterical, right? And I think that they're getting away with this. They're slipping this under the chart. And this is the way Thomas Massie has also come out there, and I agree with Thomas Massie, first of all, is my favorite congressperson.
Yep.
Not that there couldn't be a better congressperson out there. I mean, we can get a congressperson out there that would have 100% of the stuff I like or 90% of the stuff I like. I'm about 70% of the stuff that Thomas Massie likes, because the things that he is solid on, I feel the same way. It's less government intervention, less spying powers, less tax, less borrowing, all that stuff. right? Because there is a debt. I kind of agree with him. I'm not a MMT guy, but there are things I don't agree with him. And he was talking the fact that they are doing this before Trump gets in office, expanding Greater Israel, or doing whatever they're doing right now. The CIA wanted it done. And him and Tulsi Gabbard went to Syria, spoke to Bashar al-Assad, which was probably one of the big reasons why we started peeking at Tulsi in the first place, right? But we should have listened to the Chuck Modis out there. It's like, it looks like anti-imperialism, anti-intervention on the front from a leftist perspective. But once you open up the hood and look into it, you'll see a little bit, that little kind of chummy with Israel, the state of Israel, right? You'll see some of the regime change operations, that exist in Latin America. We're not looking at so much. We're not even paying attention to them. In fact, some of the people that we used to know used to say Tulsi has to get better with regime change and all those things in Latin America. She doesn't know enough. Regardless, the fact that people are playing into this whole situation, that they're doing this before Donald Trump gets in office, they are completely wrong. Donald Trump directly led to the conditions in Syria, right? Even up the drone bombing when he was the president there. Like, a lot of people say Donald Trump didn't start any wars. Yeah, but he didn't end them. He didn't end the occupation of Syria. He said on TV, and he tried to double step it. Even Lauren Ingram, hey, we saw the oil, Matt, we took the oil. The oil was ours. The oil, we took it, right? Well, not for ourselves. Well, who knows? Maybe for ourselves. I mean, you see this interview on live TV, and you should be pulling your hair out of your heads. You're part of the whole Occupy, fight for Israel, their wars in the Middle East. This is why so many people out there, truthers, always believe that Israel was involved in 9/11, simply for the fact that every single president after there has been so pro-Israel, pro-Greater Israel. Because here's the thing, Matt. I can understand regime change operations in Ukraine, right? The wheat basket of the world. There's minerals there. Lindsey Graham let the cat out of the bag. Latin America, full with nickel and cobalt. We need those things. We already control the majority of the oil coming out of the Middle East via the Saudi family. We don't need to really be there. There's not a lot of natural resources we want there. I mean, yeah, there's some strategic areas maybe for shipping lanes, and we want to control maritime trade, but we really don't need to be in the Middle East. There's not a ton of resources we want. We got control of the oil, right, of the Saudis. The majority of the oil there, they're a puppet government of the United States. So why are we there? We're there to fight for Greater Israel. We're there. One of the big parts of making sure the colonization project of Israel is good is in Syria, making sure they can get that oil over there. We don't need it, but Israel does. So what do? We go fight for them. That's what it's all about. And Donald Trump is part of that whole operation. He was probably one of the biggest, most Israeli president of all times. Remember the Abraham's Accord, right?
Yep.
Remember the fact that he moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? He did everything he could for Israel. And there's a reason why Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million this time. So the fact that they're trying to do this before he gets in there, that might be kabuki theater of sorts to make Donald Trump look like he is an outsider when he really is an insider. Because I ain't buying it. And he will do more. He's already setting the table. All his picks, Peter Hesgeth, right? All his picks are ready to go to war with Iran. So even though that we say about the whole getting back, digressing to the conversation part, right? Like these conversations are being had now that RFK said this and that person said that. They were already being had behind closed doors. Peter Thiel has been talked about, in Palantir, Elon Musk, where they came from, how they made their money, what they did has been talked about for a long time, right? It's now just people on the forefront are talking to them. Yes, there is a benefit that the masses get to hear that. And hey, man, I've wanted to do more work. The reason why I left the AM Wake Up Show and gave it to Steve is because that's a black belt show. That's a very deep, nuanced show. When my mom watched that show for the first time, she goes, I love the interactions between you guys. And you look like you're having fun, but the show went over my head. Those are for people who are down the rabbit holes already hanging there. That's a black belt, brown belt, minimal show. I want to speak to the masses out there, right? I want to speak to the everyday person. I don't want to leave them behind. I believe they're duped, they're consumed, they're propagandized, right? So it's good that some of these bigger heads make the conversations come to the forefront. But I believe also, Matt, that it's a product of us who've been down those rabbit holes, who've been talking about these people for years, The Convo Couch got a real big bump when we started talking to Epstein. I wasn't an expert on Epstein like some of the people that are experts on it. I don't know half the shit that Whitney Webb knows. I don't know 75% of the stuff that Whitney Webb knows on Epstein. The Last American Vagabond. All these people have been doing this research for weeks. It's that we just had a kind of minor league, mainstream leftist audience that never really was privy to that information, and we found a way to bring it to them. I mean, our biggest video on the Convo Couch, which is now the Truth Wire, has 500,000 views. It was talking about Epstein. It was the audience that I've always targeted talking to. So yes, I do see the benefit of some people saying certain things. I mean, I know a guy who's crazy about RFK because he's had issues with his kids and vaccines, and nobody in the mainstream would talk about it. RFK was talking about it for years, right? Therefore, RFK gets the credit. But I think that's the most important thing, is that we have to realize we can have those conversations. They have been had, and we don't have to go and support the person who says they're going to fight for us. We have to fight for the mechanism that allows us to speak. We have to carry on the conversations. I appreciate the rhetoric from some of these people who have huge audiences, but we have to take the rhetoric and run with that. And that's what's happening on right now with Israel, right? Going back to Israel, is the fact that they're trying to make it look like Donald Trump is the outsider when he is the insider. He set the conditions for Syria to be the way they are. He raped them of their most valuable resource, their oil. For years, he did it and sent it to Israel. He's going to be no friend. They're not doing this before he gets in office. They're just cleaning up the mess to make it look like it wouldn't have been done if he was the president.
I don't think that we're so far off from the others that might have voted for Trump, or they are a little more cautiously optimistic. We're not so far off, Craig. I had a conversation with Garland Nixon yesterday, and I think one of the biggest ways we can connect with everybody we're kind of on the same wavelength. I don't think we have to keep bashing people with Trump's not going to do anything for us. I think they know deep down that we're screwed either way. I think that just shaking things up a little is worth something. I like to go with the 5% theory. I say, look, Joe Biden is 100% controllable. Kamala Harris is 100% controllable. Anybody they put in there is 100% controllable. Trump might be 95% controllable. Whatever number you want to go with. You might think 99.9. Whatever it is, it's not 100. And so the reason they're shaken up, the reason why the elite are nervous is that little bit, whatever you want to call it, Craig, you can call it 5%, you can call it 0.1%. I don't care. I used the number 5 with Garland. He nodded his head back to me. He said, yes, this is where we can align. We don't have to keep ramming it in their faces. Trump ain't going to do nothing for us. That's not the point. Right now, we have to do the actual investigation. We need to look at this stuff. We need to look at Greater Israel and say, the face of the operation on our end isn't going to make a damn difference. You're 100% right. But let's actually educate people on what's happening. And timing is timing, whatever. This isn't about, oh, Trump's going to come in and fix everything. I think everybody that was paying attention during the RNC, they saw that it was make Israel great again. I don't know anybody that's come on our shows and told us that wasn't what the case was. We all agree on this. Of course, it's make Israel great again. It doesn't matter if it's Biden, Harris, or Trump. But we need to put the message out there that we're screwed either way. Even if that little hopeful part that we can have a little bit more of a conversation or not, we can debate that. But that's not the number one issue right now, Craig. What's the number one issue is that we get these stories out there. We show the corruption of the mainstream, the collusion with the American government, our tax dollars, the millions and millions, the billions of dollars that are going.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying that. Yeah. But Matt, all I'm saying, I don't mean to cut you off, all I'm saying is that is part of showing the corruption, is that they're the same side and pointing that out. And I get it, because there's still a lot of more people who are still all about the Trump train and do look at him as a savior and the right choice. We've played this game before. It doesn't make a difference who's in power. We have to point out the fact that that's the mechanism, and they're using this two-party duopoly to make you think that it's two different sides. So I agree with you, but I disagree with the fact that not highlighting that it's the point, right? And one of those things that's the point is saying that they're doing all this stuff before he gets in office. Like, no, That's the point. You have to understand this was planned all along. Republican, Democrat, they were going to go along with this for quite some time. And they've been leaving snacks, little crumbs in their trail all the way back to 9/11, right? Wesley Clark, you said it beautifully when we get to it. I mean, you pointed out, I'm like, yes, Matt. Yes, that's how I feel too. Who from upstairs gave him that memo on that piece of paper says, it got worse, Matt. We're going to invade this country, that country. He looks at the paper, he says that, and he acts like he's just a soldier doing what he's told. He knows who's giving those fucking orders.
Okay. Well, look, that's top censored news. We're done with this segment.
Wait, we didn't even go to the thing yet.
What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
You're all over the place, Craig. We're trying to figure out what topic. Oh, look at that. There it is. There it is.
Yeah, that was, dude, you laid that out so beautifully in Top Censor News, by the way. Right?
Yeah, no, that was a good call on your end to get that in there. Get it in the countdown.
Yeah. You even said, right? Like, this is the most territory, the most bombings they've done in history.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. We have top of the hour. We got our guest coming in. So you make the call. Do you want to do real fake news, or do you want to do World War III watch? And we'll do more on Syria and the Wesley Clark thing that you just brought up.
No, whatever you think we should run with. I know I'm all over the place, so you got to bring us back right now. So whatever you think, I'm prepared to do anything. So
okay. Well, let's do the news. I'm gonna bring this up. Here we go. It's time for a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. In this segment, we look at how the mainstream media has been conducting itself with all its theater. And every once in a while, it tries to do honest news, and it usually shoots its own self in the foot. So today, we're going to look at two things here. First of all, Clarissa Ward on CNN. This woman, I'm going to tell you, if you guys don't know who this is, she is one of their lead actresses. If you look at the cast list in CNN for top actresses who should be getting nominated for acting, she's one of their greatest performers. We're going to look back at something she's done earlier, but this just happened today. I'm going to bring this up, or we saw this last night, and I want you guys to see it if you haven't seen it yet. But this is Clarissa Ward doing a fake interview in Syria. Let's see if you guys can spot how fake this is. This is a woman apparently who's excited about the regime change that just occurred, and Clarissa Ward is the one conducting the interview. Let's see if you guys can spot the theater in this one.
Tell me what this feels like.
This is absolutely amazing. After all of these years, we are live on the international TV. This is amazing. This is unspeakable. This is us after 50 years of darkness. This is us after 50 years of death. This is absolutely amazing.
Did
I'm
you
shocked.
ever imagine? You know, we've had 14 years of civil war. Did you ever imagine?
No. This is not. You can't even cross this idea over your mind. Never. This is actually. It's every day you woke up and you go out of the door and think that I'm gonna die now. I'm gonna die now. Tomorrow I'm gonna die. This is all of what we have been raised on for the past 13 years. I have no idea how to tell you how I am feeling right now.
So if you guys haven't noticed this, I mean, you might not know, but we've seen people on Twitter do an investigation on this, and it's completely the wrong dialect she's doing, completely staged. These are talking points that were given to her. Oh yeah, the perfect English. Great call, CheeseSlice. This is not a coincidence that they happen to find this person. So if you guys are on the fence about it, well, what if she did? What if they did find the one girl? She seems like they were looking for someone. Maybe they could have found someone. Well, let me give you guys a little taste of Clarissa Ward and her history of acting and lying. And then maybe you can reassess if you guys were on the fence on that one. Here is what actually aired in October of 2023, right after October 7th. Clarissa and the gang go to Israel, and while they're there, they pretend to be getting attacked by Hamas rockets. Let's see what was aired on CNN and then what was done behind the scenes leading up to this. So this will look like, let me grab it here. This will look like a real, hold on, let's grab this. Okay, here we go. This will look like a real report, and then we're going to show you what happened ahead of it. And again, this is the way CNN conducts their reporting. They get their lead actress, Clarissa Ward, to do the performance of her lifetime, and that's why she is their lead actress.
Is on the ground right now. Clarissa, tell us what's happening.
Stand by.
Hi, John. So forgive me, I have a slightly unelegant position, but we have just had a massive barrage of rockets coming in here, not too far from us. So we have had to take shelter here by the roadside. We're just about 5 minutes away. Gaza is in that direction. We can hear now a lot of jets in the sky. We could also hear the Iron Dome intercepting a number of those rockets as they were whizzing overhead and making impact in that direction, not too far from here.
Okay, pause it there. Now let's backstep to how she got into that position. You guys want to know how she got there? Watch this.
Yeah, we're getting video through now, Jerry. Now you can see the area is completely deserted, but I want you to get them off the road and get them laid down next to the road, okay? Closer to the road, Jerry. Move them. It looks like we're in the middle of a forest.
Get down. Close.
Okay, Jerry, tell the cameraman to keep Clarissa in shot, okay? It's not the Blair Witch Project.
You're fine.
That's it, perfect. To get nice and close. Get the cameraman nice and close.
That's the Iron Dome, okay?
Well, now look around, Jerry. Just look around as if you're in danger. Try and look nice and scared. Yeah, that's it. Catching your breath. Dead scary over here with all the bombs going off and all that.
Guys.
Okay, that's beautiful. That's the money shot. Nice and tight on Clarissa.
Are you seeing our situation, guys?
Tell her yes.
Yes.
Can she hear the shells, Jerry? Because they are about 6 miles away.
Can you hear the shells?
Stay down.
Derek, can you boost the volume on those explosions, please?
We have to stay here. Stay here.
Oh, and be a darling and patch me through to Clarissa's microphone,
Guys,
please.
come to us.
Clarissa, I need you to stop swearing. You're overdoing it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Now we're getting set up on sound and visual. We should be going live in about 15 seconds. Okay.
Were you guys rolling on this?
Yeah, we're rolling, Clarissa, but we're not live yet. Okay. We can't show the earlier bit because we want people to think you're in danger.
We can't show you, and yet because we want people to think you're in danger. Bravo performance by the great Clarissa Ward of CNN. Best Actress nomination this year, for last year and this year. She'll be back to back. I think she won it with this one. She'll be hopefully winning it with the next one. Craig, before you chime in, I have one more. Jayme, could you bring up this new one that just came out this morning? This is one more she did just now in Syria. A staged a prison where she acts like she's walking in. Can you grab that? I think it's on the thing real quick. And then we'll talk about, this one, we just saw this. This is insane. This is insane. Now, with everything you guys have just watched, watch this setup to her rescuing a prisoner who now gets to go home after this regime change has occurred. So she's now she's playing a superhero. This is sure, if the last one didn't get her the award, this one certainly will. She's like their own little Marvel CNN universe. Superhero Clarissa, take it away.
I can't tell though, it might just be a blanket. But it's the only cell that's locked.
Is he gonna shoot it?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door. We go in to get a closer look. It's still not clear if there is something under the blanket.
Oh, it moved. Is there someone there?
All staged.
Is someone there?
Like he's still asleep, right?
Hello?
Lights, camera, and come on, actor, do your thing. There you go. Right on cue.
I'm a civilian.
No, we still need the Academy Award moment. We're going to have an emotional moment.
He's from the city of Humps and has been in the cell for 3 months. Okay, you're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. He clutches my arm tightly with both hands. Okay. Does anyone have any water?
There it is. Wow.
My. Okay, it's water. It's water.
Tear-jerking moment. Tear-jerking.
Okay. Okay, you're okay.
She's a hero.
You're okay. You're okay.
There it is. Lord Bebo did that one. There it is. Okay. Performance review. Craig Pasa, Jardula, take it away.
I mean, what can I say? There were some people there in the chat earlier saying that they don't necessarily believe that the girl out there in front of the prison was a fake moment. Let me say this much. Yes, these are all, and we saw this too from the whole Kiev situation when they were setting up shop. They had the directors out there, they had the actors, and they would also schedule all the trains to meet at one time, so it looked like it was like a desperate, like Holocausty, situation where they're all trying to escape and everything's out, to get out of, you got to get out of here, map before the Germans get here. Like they wanted those moments. We know they can do this, but they can also, let me say this much, exploit and manipulate any of the footage they get. You can explain this better than anybody, Matt. Even if it was a situation where they didn't have all the drama set up, they can shoot a bunch of stuff and they can exploit it by the shots they choose to see, the shots they choose to share with the narration behind it. They can manipulate these things too as well. So it's very, very easy. It's obvious to see they have an agenda. I mean, the fact that they would act like she was going to hand her a water bottle, they wouldn't let any security team, right, that was going in there watching them from the West wouldn't let an actual soldier who's been kept captive or a prisoner who's been kept captive near a TV crew set until they completely found out who he was, deposed him, all that stuff, made sure he wasn't going to be violent, make sure he didn't have information they didn't want to get out to the public. It's all fake. So this is something that the mainstream media does on a regular basis. This is a real fake news update. And that was great, Matt, that you caught all that stuff. But please, as a guy from Hollywood who's a director who produced stuff, if they don't have something set up, can't they also exploit the situation very easily as well?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So you're right. There's ways to exploit the situation more of a, kind of in an ad lib sort of way. And you have to do that when you're making documentaries. Sometimes you have to recreate situations, which they, people get accused sometimes. There's directors of documentaries that get accused sometimes of setting up shots. I think it's case by case. Sometimes it's okay if you have an honest moment that maybe you didn't get on camera, you want to redo it a little bit. Maybe just some background action. You want the person you just interviewed. You said, hey, great interview. Can we get some shots of you doing some housework or some day-to-day so we can use B-roll and cut to it? That stuff's okay. If it's like, hey, we just want to see more of you being real and don't worry about us, we're just going to film you in the background. But when you give people lines and you feed them stuff, we need you to say this, we need you to say that. Yeah, there's a chance you could maybe find the girl there. You don't necessarily have to be paying her or having her be a plant. But you certainly will be talking to them beforehand before it goes live. Absolutely. There is no way CNN is going to go live and have just, hey, woman over there, can you come over and talk to us? So anybody who thinks that is 100%, that's 100% not the way you do a news organization interview. You just don't do that. And Clarissa Ward is perfect to go out there because she can roll with the punches. She can make those last minute decisions. She can say, hey, grab me that person there, bring them over here, get them coach them over there, bring them over here. Let them know when the lights go on, what is their cue? We're going to get this moment. And she sleeps well at night because she thinks getting these moments on camera, it's just like a film director. Like you said, like a film director sleeps well at night when they said, well, whatever it takes to get the story across so my audience will emote. And that's why CNN is no different than a production studio. And Clarissa Ward deserves an acting nominee, if not an actual win for her multiple performances, because she pulls it off. and the audience emotes. Oh my God, that water. Look at that moment. He clutches my hand. I mean, she's even doing her own narration, like, oh, tear-jerking moment. So no, this is all bullshit. We know this. As a Hollywood guy, I can vouch for you, to you guys, that before we put our product out, we make sure it's fine-tuned, it's well-oiled, and it's ready to distribute and get the audience to emote from it. And that's the point.
Yeah. I do want to point out, though, Matt, while we're sticking on the subject of Syria and talking about this really briefly, that there are oppositional figures in Syria. There was something close to a civil war, right? Because it was funded and pushed and fed by the CIA, Deep State, MI6, all these other leaders, all these social engineer operators, right, for years have done that. And the reason why I point that out is because I don't want to take away from the evilness that the CIA, with their regime change tactics, push in these countries, right? I've read some books back in the days. One was called Now We Can Talk, and it was parts of Nicaragua where the CIA was entrenched and the tactics they used to play to turn people against the government. That's been going on in Syria for quite some time, you know what I'm saying? Because it had a secular leader that wouldn't bow down to Israel and the West and its allies. It wouldn't put a pipeline through its country. It wouldn't go along with what the Rothschilds and the banking industries wanted, right? So they implemented these evil plans, these social engineers. This is everything coming from Operation Phoenix, which was the first time the CIA, along with MI6, took an MK Ultra Tavistock-like plan. We control the individual. We're messing with his mind. Well, how do we control and move societies for the benefits of the rich and elite? It's been going on in Syria for quite some time. So that should be known when people are looking at these situations. Of course, it's not all roses. Of course, there's going to be oppositions of Assad for many years and stuff. But yeah. ISIS and Al-Qaeda doesn't go around recruiting like, let's see if this guy has the mentality to join our psycho head chopping group. It's just people who live in certain areas where ISIS and other theocratic Islamic control those areas. And these people, a father, if he wants to eat, if he wants to live, have to join that group, that clan. I mean, that's the evilness it brings. And that shouldn't be played lightly at all either, Matt. But yeah. Great work, by the way, buddy.
Oh, no, thanks, man. And look, we can continue the conversation on Syria. Also, this greater Israel, we want to go down that rabbit hole, guys. So we're going to be doing more of that later in the show. I think right now we might want to be shifting gears because I think our next guest is standing by. I think we might be ready to do this. You ready? You ready to move on to this, Craig? Should we introduce?
I am always ready for some Shelby Hosana. And that girl rocks. The work that girl does. Woo.
Well, let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and set up this segment with our next guest. Shelby Hosana has been working with a team. They're called Team Humanity. And we covered this on the show. She came on with us a few weeks back, and we went through this lawsuit. This is incredible. They are going after every big pharma company, every military company, every three-letter agency, every agency in Hawaii for all of the wrongdoings. These are crimes against humanity in every possible way. And we're going to let her talk more about that lawsuit and how this is going. But what I want to do first is play a clip of the actual work on the ground that they're doing. They're not just filing the lawsuit, and it was filed in Texas. They're actually going to the companies themselves and serving them paperwork. This is literally big pharma being served. Let's check out a clip of them of this Team Humanity with Shelby Hosana and her team going to Moderna and serving them some papers. Let's check this out for a little bit.
What's up, everybody? We're in Princeton, New Jersey, and we are here at the corporate headquarters of Moderna, serving legal paperwork. Let's do it. Level 2. There it is. Bro, this is so epic. This is so freaking epic. Oh, sorry, I didn't know if I need to be buzzed in or not. Oh, sorry, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, so we have legal paperwork to serve?
Sure.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was somebody here representative of Moderna that we could hand this to?
Have you talked to anybody?
No. No, this is just a legal summons that we need to hand to somebody that works at Moderna.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Can I get a name, please?
My name's Scott.
Scott?
Yes.
All right, and who are you with?
Team Humanity. Mm-hmm. So wild. Wow. Hi there. So we were with Team Humanity. We needed to serve some legal paperwork to somebody that works at Moderna.
Okay, you guys are recording?
Yeah.
You guys have to step outside. You can't record it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
But
I'll be right back. Let me
okay.
get someone.
Thank you. Here we go. Here we go. Get up in. Hi there. No cameras. Okay, you can turn it off. Yeah. Okay. So we're with Team Humanity, and we are just here to serve some legal paperwork to Moderna, and we just need to hand this to you.
I'm not an attorney.
That's okay. You don't need to be an attorney. Somebody at the company just needs to. This is just legal. This is a legal serving. So.
Okay, let me
yeah.
call our legal department. Can you
Perfect.
wait a moment?
No problem. Thank you.
All right, I'll
Thank
be
you.
right back.
No problem. Drop service.
Okay.
We can do drop service.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you just give us a couple minutes?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And it says that we can just leave. We just literally leave it.
Just leave it at the door as long as we document that we did it. Like I can
Yeah.
just take a quick shot of.
I mean, I'd rather have it on film that we're handing it to somebody, and they can say turn off the camera. We can say, how about you stop murdering 100 million people, motherfucker.
Okay. We'll pause it there. And I want to introduce our guest, Shelby Hosana, the founder of Unjected and leader of the Team Humanity Project, serving the crap out of Big Pharma. Please welcome back to the show, Shelby Hosana.
Hey. Hey.
Hello, my friends. Look at this. We're glowing today. What is this?
Purple. Woo.
Hi. How are you guys?
Really good, Shelby. Great work on this Team Humanity, by the way. I mean, you are literally getting out there on the ground and doing this. We saw the lawsuit. You broke it down for us a few weeks back, and just kind of saw all the different parts to it and all the people that are on your team. And then when we saw this, I was like, man, this is real action. This is going right in there. Could you tell us what this process has been like so far for you, going to these companies and your team getting these papers served? I mean, what kind of responses have you been getting from this?
Well, it's been beyond fun to get these reactions. Absolutely. So first we ended up serving the airlines, which I had the pleasure of helping serve a couple of them here on Maui. And of course they throw up their hands. They say, we're not taking this, this can't be legal. I won't accept this. They really get upset. But Scott, of course, our teammate from Unjected, and he's also our co-host on the Unjected show, he lives on the East Coast. And so that's where most of these major headquarters are for the pharmaceutical companies and as well as the NIH. And those are the only ones that we weren't able to serve electronically. So, as you already mentioned, we have hundreds, if not thousands of defendants. So we were able to serve most of them through the Attorney General. So, the state of Hawaii and, the FBI and the DOD and all of these agencies were all served through the Attorney General. But these were the last ones that actually needed to be in person. And so he did fly over to New Jersey first, where he hit Moderna, J&J, and Merck. And that was, one, just to find those addresses for these places, you have to pretty much be like an FBI agent to even locate them. But once we did, he went down to New Jersey, sling the lawsuit out in the summons, and then they actually drove over to New York and did Pfizer and the WHO. And so that was also amazing. Pfizer's freak out was A1. But it's quite exhilarating to just to go out there and just kind of call them out, face to face, that we see you, we know what you've done, and you're guilty for crimes against humanity.
Okay, so what is the actual? First of all, welcome back to the show, Shelby. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Always great to speak with you. I mean, it's kind of crazy. We have so many things we could speak out. We're not talking about Hawaii today, which is crazy because there's so much other stuff. But if you have a microphone control on your microphone a little bit, can you lower it a little bit, because you are crackling at the very end? And when Shelby speaks, I want people to listen, so we want to make sure you sound as great as possible.
Does this sound
Tell
a little
us much better, but make sure you stay close to that microphone too as well. Maybe a little bit, tiny bit up without a crackling, but you're good. Tell us
Maybe
what
it's
the
the
actual,
feds.
huh?
Might be the feds.
No, that's good. Yeah, you're perfect now. Tell us exactly what the actual claims are in this lawsuit. What are you going for? And more importantly, where is the proof coming from?
Well, so for example, the pharmaceutical companies, the claim, of course, is crime against humanity and genocide. A lot of people have been indoctrinated to believe that we're not able to fight these corporations because of the PrEP Act or because of this EUA immunity. And that's not really the case, because Congress can't legalize murder. They can't provide immunity for murder. It's in the Constitution, that states that, you can't just allow people to go and cause this harm. And, the evidence is coming forward. We do have a Pfizer whistleblower that has joined Team Humanity. We actually have another one that is considering coming on as well, another whistleblower. But the evidence is out there that they intentionally knew that these injections were going to cause harm. The data showed it, and they rolled these out anyways. Not to mention just the fraud that, most of these people received a vaccine that was never, of course, FDA approved. As we feel strongly about the FDA as well. But it's an extensive lawsuit, but we're going after just constitutional violations. So, of course, there's the matter of public opinion, but that's harder to prove. And we don't have evidence of just opinions. So we're going on strictly what we can pin them on based on constitutional violation.
Matt?
Yeah. So are there, how are you doing as far as getting the public support on that? Because I know we were sharing out how people can get involved. This is a people's lawsuit. This isn't just like a small amount of you guys. We're all involved with this. If we go to this thing, can we get that up on the thing? If you could tell us, we can get, maybe Jayme, if you can help us get that up there for people right now, if they want to participate in this right now.
Yeah, so anybody is eligible, and the COVID era is only just one part of it. Because we believe that this is a mass agenda coming from every angle. There's also chemtrails, which are a massive issue. They're spraying us like bugs everywhere, and that's coming straight from the Air Force. This is coming from the U.S. military that is doing this. There was Tennessee that they had banned chemtrails, but they're still getting absolutely sprayed every day because they only did it at the state level. So that's why we're going after this in a federal way. So chemtrails being a huge issue, 5G radiation, all of that technology has been shown to be completely harmful. And then, of course, you've got, the illegal foreign aid, which I would just like to say, AKA money laundering, where, we're sending all this tax money away, but we're not really doing that. It's going straight to the criminals. And the open border crisis. And the reason that we chose to bundle all of these things together, we've been asked, why didn't you file them separately? And it's because we want to be able to have as many plaintiffs as possible that can show as much harm as possible. So, pretty much anybody in the United States, if you feel harmed by discrimination or you were injured, if you get sprayed every day, like I do here in Hawaii with chemtrails, and any of these things, if you paid your taxes, that makes you eligible as a plaintiff. And so, yeah, we've been now gathering plaintiffs in almost every state. And so now in this next phase, we're actually amending the lawsuit, and we're going to be adding in at least 11 more states that we're going to be suing. So just like we're suing the state of Hawaii, we're also going to be going after these states that were participating in the restriction of travel and the discrimination and mandating these injections and spraying their skies. So, it's actually just growing larger and larger and larger by pretty much by the minute.
So let me follow up real quick on this because we spoke about this last time you were on the show, Shelby, and I want to know if you've had any other pushback from this, because I can understand. I think we all understand why you're putting this all together. We're definitely about getting this on paper, getting this documented, getting this in stone, that these people, for whatever they were involved with in all these different corrupt deals, whether it's in war, whether it's in these these natural disasters, whether it's in big pharma and literally murdering people with their products, whatever the case may be, you got it all together and you're going after them together to get it documented. But the part that is still that kind of worries me is there anybody on your team that's for like some of these things but not for the others? And is that left, or have there been people that have said, well, I'm for 3 of those things but not the 4th? I understand, I'm anti-war, but I think the COVID stuff is totally legit. Like, is there anybody that says, hey, I'm not for all these things? Or are you generally getting the sense that when people open their eyes, they kind of understand that the whole system is corrupt? Any pushback there?
And I think, just to piggyback on that, Shelby, that Matt is kind of jumping in there and doing that the nice way, knowing that I was going to come blast about the open border crisis that you guys got tied to this thing. And I will piggyback on that, but please go ahead and give us your best shot on that. Thank you, Matt, for putting the governor on me, because I was about to start wailing on Shelby for the first time ever. Go ahead, Shelby.
Well, pushback, honestly, not really. It's been very aligned. People are very aligned with seeing these captured agencies, which is basically the whole entire government, and saying, no, we've really had enough of you, of depopulating and poisoning us and maiming us. And, the consensus really is quite aligned. So, of course, we've had people that said, oh, I wish you would have just kept it for vaccine or COVID era, but they've ended up joining anyways because they believe in the fight. So the biggest pushback we've had is purely social media censorship, which our videos are being deleted very instantly. We can't even post it pretty much anywhere without getting extremely banned. So really, that's the biggest pushback I've seen is just with censorship. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me tell you where you got.
Yeah, Craig, come on, lay it on me.
I'm going to lay it on you, Shelby, and you're going to be the messenger person. You're going to be like, Scott, Pasta said this, and Jayme, you got me, Jayme? You moving me in? Pasta said this, Pasta said that, and he's kind of got a point, because here's where you guys hit it on the nose, right? You talk about how the military is involved, how this was a bioweapon, or and I look at more than anything. A lot of people say, well, my David Icke voice, silly, the COVID-19 doesn't exist. It's the vaccine that was the pandemic that you're missing, silly boys. Now, whether it came out of a wet lab, whether it wasn't there, whatever the case may be, we can all agree, simply from Pfizer's own information, that they were negligent as can be, that they went ahead. And that's why it was so great to have Ben Marble on today to talk about how they've been poisoning people with these shots. At the end of the day, whatever you say, we all know that it's bad. But the thing that you tied in that was so important, Shelby, was the fact that it came from the military, right? Moderna, the modern mRNA. People, modern mRNA, right? That's what this whole vaccine was about. That's why Moderna had to get their own vaccine company, which we know comes from where? DARPA, deep state, intelligence. This is where it comes from, right? The thing that really upsets me about this is why we always list the open border crisis and we don't tie it together. The crisis at the borders don't start at the borders, okay? I've been down to Latin America. In fact, I'm supposed to go to Venezuela for the inauguration in January. The problems at the border don't start in the border. They start with our military and our CIA doing what they're doing there. In other words, the problem with this vaccine is because it was a military operation, which means they're legally allowed to lie. Correct me if I'm wrong, now, Shelby. And then in the interest of national security, we're allowed to dupe the public. We're not allowed to. We don't have to give them all the information. We got to protect ourselves in the interest of national defense, national security. And that's why they were able to do what they were able to do with the vaccine. But we have 100 bases in Latin America. For the benefit of the multinational corporations, we steal their resources. The best way to get those resources, Shelby, is to keep those countries destabilized as possible. The CIA is admitted to, on paper, dozens and dozens, almost close to a half a century, 50 coups I mean, they're out there like crazy. They've been doing this in Latin America because they want to make sure they can extract those resources for pennies on the dollars. And that's why people come to the border. That's why they matriculate that way. I know people will say matriculate is not used in the right way there. That's why they move to the border. But that's what we have to tie the situation together. At the end of the day, if our military is down there and doing those operations and those people are simply coming here, most of them to work, it's not a crisis at the border. It's a crisis with our military. It's a crisis with our empire, right? It's a crisis in why they are driving here. So I really would hope that you guys would take and say, this isn't just at the border. I mean, we're responsible. We're stealing their resources. Chiquito wants the bananas in Guatemala. The United States government and the mining companies want all the lithium in Peru, right? We want to make sure that we own Panama so we can control the Panama Canal, that if anybody wants to go and do shipping, they got to come to business through us. We want to make sure our dollar is the main dollar down there. So we dominate, we invade, we intervene, and we cause the problem itself. And that's why so many people are coming to the border. That needs to be fixed on the lawsuit. Wouldn't you agree?
I completely agree, but that's where when the constitutional violations come into play. So it's not so much about the morality issue, which is, of course, America's, we have issues with our morals and what we're doing in these other countries. What we're calling in the lawsuit being the border crisis is that Congress, the president, these other figures, by them providing aid to these people in the form of, Visa credit cards and allowing them to vote and giving them these benefits, that's considered treason. You can't aid and abet. It's on the Constitution. You cannot aid and abet people that are foreigners coming into your country illegally. So really, it's just our way of coming after Congress, the Senate, and the president in another sucker punch of, that's treason based on the Constitution. Whether it's a morality issue, that's a completely different public opinion. But, I
don't think it's morality. Isn't it accountability? We're asking these companies to have accountability for their actions. Why wouldn't we be accountable for our actions? Why are we going to say, and first of all, they don't vote in mass. They're not allowed to legally vote and vote in federal elections. And the thought process that all these people that are coming here, the majority, I know they're hardcore Christians. You think they're going to vote for the Democratic LGBTQIA party? They're not going to do that. We've never seen a document where somebody says, hey, you vote for us and we'll give you citizenship. No, the only times we've seen where there's been a deal made that has been join our military and we'll give you citizenship. Go fight our wars, because the people in this country are wising up to what's going on, and they're not going to fight our wars anymore, especially the ones we call them domestic terrorists. So now we need to find other soldiers to come in here. That's okay. But when you're taking accountability, and another thing, they're not given like hardcore, they're not given like the state-of-the-art phones and getting lavish hotel rooms and sitting in hot tubs and ordering food. No, they're giving it a little money to get going, and then they're left to defend for themselves and left to fight for themselves, fend for themselves. And we've had reports from people who do these studies in New York. They're putting 8, 9, 10 people in a room, cramming them in there, and then they get a little cheese and it's cut off, and they got to figure out a way to do it. They're actually going to people and going, hey, let me get your Uber Eats hats. I'll work for you on your Uber Eats, and I'll give you 20% of what I make. Like, we see these things going on. They're not really giving the humane services they're at. And it's not a morality issue. It's an accountable issue. We got to be accountable for what our government does and the name and what they do it. And that's what we have to do. You can't close the border. You got to close the bases. And I just want to put that out there.
Give me the constitutional violations and I'll add it in. It's like I said, public opinion is one thing. Do I agree with you, Pasta? Absolutely. Can I prove it in constitutional violations that aiding and abetting anybody crossing the border, whether we're doing it nicely or not, that's a different story, right? So it's
they're seeking political asylum.
Black and white.
They're seeking political asylum. That's how they're going to get by it. That's what they're going to say. These people are seeking political asylum. We're allowed to do these things.
But that's also your opinion. What's not to say that these people that are coming across aren't getting MK Ultra'd and being sleeper cell soldiers that are going to end up attacking us later. And with as far as the military goes, we vaccinated most of them. They're not capable fighters anymore. So yeah, do they want a bunch of illegals coming over to probably join our military and help out with whatever nefarious things they have coming up next? Yeah, we totally butchered our entire armed forces. So there's so many nuances to it.
Yeah.
Do I think people deserve asylum? That's entirely a different issue than is Congress giving them $10,000 visa credit cards in mass amounts, which they have done. It's just they have done that.
Yeah.
And we have people in Lahaina that got $750, or we've got people in North Carolina that got $700. Excuse me, the reverse of that, $750 there.
Yep.
But they're not helping Americans. So nobody, in my opinion, even if they're seeking asylum, people that are Americans should be getting help first.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you and Scott. I'm taking Team Humanity down to Nicaragua. I'm taking you guys down to Honduras, and I'll show you guys that. We'll continue that conversation. But I want to make sure we stay on the important parts of the lawsuit.
I
Going
respect
after
your
Moderna
opinion.
and stuff.
I
But that
do.
was my one little piece over there. Matt, I drank too much coffee today. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry.
It's fine, Craig. We're doing this. We're making it work. We're going through this, and I think
love
that
it.
the way to tie this together is the lawsuit does not seem like an ideological method to bring people together. That never works. What it is, it's a method of challenging corruption and power, saying that what the intentions of these agencies, the intentions of these corporations, the intentions of the government are not to help people. In every case that you listed, the reason I'm okay with every one of these things being on the same lawsuit is because what they all have in common is they all perceive to the public that they are helping people when they're just hurting people. They have ulterior motives. Every one of these actions that looks like, no, we're giving you a shot to help you. We're sending our tax dollars to help Ukrainians. Everything's got this word help next to it, which is all bullshit. And I think what happens is this lawsuit exposes that ideology aside, the lawsuit exposes that the corruption and the nefarious behavior is designed to use people's emotions against them, use their fear against them, use their sense of inclusion and we care about people, use it against them. And you're calling it all out on one document, and I commend it 100%. And I agree with you, Craig. Let's have that other discussion another time. But
You're
let's
like
get this
Mr.
thing out
fucking
there.
Switzerland today. I can't with you. Always find the silver lining and everything. Stop it, God damn it! Be mad with me over here. Jesus.
Well, Pasta, there is the silver lining. Would you, as Team Humanity in a whole, just because you want to agree with, the border crisis, do you think that it invalidates any of the other parts of it? So, like Matt said, it is about just exposing the larger picture, which is all of these captured agencies and corporations controlled by the deep state, Illuminati, satanic pedophile freak shows. We're just done with all of them, Do we need to solve the larger issues of humanity? Yes. There's so many issues to be had, but we can only throw so many punches at once. So it's our.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
We're not gonna. I've said my piece on that. Let's concentrate on the areas. Unfortunately, I won't be joining the lawsuit, and I wanted to join the lawsuit until we change the wording. We can still make it work because, like we said, we could stop the mass migration here, right? And let me tell you something, Shelby. The areas in which the populist right that complains about this does get it right, they are throwing fuel on the fire. The UN and the Biden administration was telling people come. They were providing them transportation to come, but the conditions were already set, is what I'm trying to say. The reason why they were throwing a fuel on the fire is because then they would exploit the services here. And for instance, in New York, they would rent out the hotel room for 6 times what it was worth, and the state would have to pick up the tab. Yep. So it was being exploited on both ends. But just like I'm saying, and this all goes back to Operation Phoenix in Vietnam, where they took the likes of the MK Ultra Tavistock people and said, all right, we know how to control an individual now, right? With psychedelic drugs and make him watch A Clockwork Orange with his eyes open until he does what we want him to do. I mean, they know how to do that, but how do they do it on society? So it's not like the people who feel this way are fishing in the wrong area. And I'm sorry for saying populist right, but they are obsessed with the border without actually knowing the problem. And I think it's just an important connection to make, right? When we talk about this vaccine, and I know you can get into this, we talk about the exact problems it's causing. My mother, who had a stroke, and I've been keeping you informed, and thank you for your lovely messages and always messaging me back, Shelby, during these dark times. But my mom had more of these heart problems, these AFib problems, after she got two shots of the juice, right? Yep. So for me, it's like, and it's these lawsuits are important because people somehow in this industry, the politicians, the one who are hiding this, they always have this kind of fail-safe. Well, how do you know it came from the vaccine? How do you know it this and that? And these documents that you are showing, along with the data we're seeing where so many people are dying, and this is something, these are the waters that Unjected has been swimming in for quite some time. It's important because we got to get down to the root cause of the problem. Go ahead.
Yep. I agree with you. Yeah. And, you can, Pasta, I'll say this. You join the lawsuit and you can amend, you can have it in your affidavit, everything that you feel about the border crisis, and it'll have its day in court as well. But, you can also stand up for your mom who is injured because, that is a real reality of what's happened. And most of our plaintiffs are injured, or their family members of people who have been injured. That is the majority of people who have joined as plaintiffs on the lawsuit. And, it's just holding these people. You're right. It's accountability. There's just so much accountability to be had, and we have to start somewhere. And they've made us feel like we're not capable of fighting. It was just not the case, and if we show up in large numbers with a large amount of plaintiffs, it can't just be easily dismissed. And we really feel like Texas seems to be on our side so far. We did file an injunction that typically these injunctions are just handed to the judge for private review, but instead they filed it for the record, which we feel very good about. So they are, filing everything for public record, and if it adds up to them having just some sort of repercussion for their mass murder, it's genocide. It's just genocide.
Craig, if there's a way we can make you feel a little better about coming on board with this, I have a way to get you more excited. What if you look at this part? So we're talking about the tax dollars right now that are going to funding genocide, going to basically murdering Ukrainians, and going into this greater Israel plan, going right to Syria right now. We see this happening. It's just a countless amount of money, like just unlimited funds coming out of taxpayers' money. In this lawsuit that from Team Humanity, it's saying we are calling that a crime against humanity, stealing our money to destroy other countries and take over the world. This type of behavior is exactly what you're calling about the immigration problem. The border crisis, which I agree with you, is because of American imperialism, because of our tax dollars going to these things. So the fact that it's on that same lawsuit saying it's a crime to take our money and conduct your military action and your regime change wars and your coups and your creating of displaced people and refugees and having the border crisis be what it is, that's in the lawsuit. So to come on board and call it all out means that you're part of stopping American imperialism, which means in a way you are stopping the border crisis by doing that. So being on the lawsuit, how do you feel about that, Craig?
I'd be willing to do it if they would have changed the wording to the borders/imperialism crisis.
Have you read all 114 pages?
Of what?
Of the lawsuit?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Go read it, before you judge my wording of it.
I wouldn't say that. No, listen, I bet it's awesome. I really do, and I'm going to look into it. But the marketing is wrong on the border crisis right there. It's because it's not a border crisis. It's an imperialism crisis.
Well, we know
and unfortunately,
but the general population, we have to make it digestible for everybody, right? Not everybody can understand the nuances that you're describing. Not everybody's traveled to these countries and understands the poverty and the imperialism. We obviously do this for, this is what we do as our Earth missions. We're all very well informed. the general consensus isn't. They're just waking up to the fact that they even were maimed by a vaccine to begin with, or that daddy government wants to murder them. So we have to spoon feed this to people, and that's just one way of us spoon feeding it. But I still agree with you, Craig. I understand all of the nuances.
And Shelby, you did say to vote. That's a false narrative too. That's why I'm saying that there are things that and that's my area of work. And look, I've always looked forward to having conversations with you, with Scott. I love you guys. You're amazing. I love the work you guys do. So I will continue to have conversations to put my stamp on things in which areas I think that I can really be helpful to the lawsuit. I mean, you're right, Shelby, because before you came on, me and Matt were talking about the people I choose to talk to, right? You've been on AM Wake Up before, and you can see how that could be like a really nuanced show, and it goes over a lot of people's heads. Like I talked about my mom. My mom would say, it's going over my head, right? Yeah. I want to talk to more of the masses there. So I understand when you say the border crisis, who you're trying to reach and who you're trying to grab. So I commend you for that. I just want to make sure there's certain things that are set straight. And there are certain false narratives that are going out there that are meant to be true. And unfortunately, it's a lot of people who also are fighting against the vaccine. You know what I'm saying? So, listen, I've been running around and I've been talking in different groups and different circles. And for some reason, that team sports mentality, that tribal mentality, it does stick. It is effective. And I think that's something that the social engineers know. So if they have a situation where the public is getting too hip to it, they plant people or objectives to steer people back to where they want to get them to go. That's all I'm saying. So
I completely agree. Absolutely.
Well, let's show some of the stuff that is positive right now that is happening in this medical fight, including the opening clip we showed of Team Humanity going into Moderna, serving them the lawsuit, serving them the paperwork. This is happening right now in real time. We're seeing this. This is an actual court order I think this was on December 6th. You see that at the bottom.
Awesome.
This is the order for the FDA to release the information that they've been protecting Pfizer, and we want to see these adverse reactions. We want every bit of this. Now they have to do it before, it says June 30th, 2025. So that will be coming up fairly soon. That's not in the far too distant future. So what is happening in the meantime? Well, we saw this week, look at this. The doctors are calling, this is around the globe, they're calling for COVID vaccines to be pulled to reassess safety. So there was a latest study that came out, and all these doctors are coming on board and saying this needs to be stopped now. There is no emergency with COVID right now. There's an emergency with the adverse reactions from the vaccine that's been administered to everybody. So this is all in line. At the same time, Biden does this. This also happened yesterday. He's trying to extend the protections. They're called the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act. He's trying to extend this through 2029. So we are in an all-out war right now. And if we covered this on Top Censored News, I'll throw this one in too. This is also happening at the same time. We have these vials going missing in Australia, as we saw Peter Hotez is on MSNBC telling us that there's some new viruses coming down the pipeline on January 21st. So we are in an all-out war on many, many levels right now. Shelby, with all this going on, I know you've been pushing your lawsuit, but could you tell us, how do you feel about all this happening? Does it feel like things are going in kind of fast-paced, kind of, like double time right now? Because it's like all this kind of coming at us at once. I think we're all in an all-out war right now on many fronts. And you're part of it, by the way, being on the ground. But what do you say to this? Are these incremental steps forward, or is it still the same old, same old?
I always want to think it's forward, because it's aiding in the Great Awakening in somehow. So it has to be going forward. People are waking up. do I think that it seems really convenient, that, all these files would go missing and, just at the right timing, right after Bill and Melinda Gates just did their tabletop exercise just a few months ago. And, wouldn't it be so convenient to have another scamdemic roll out? And I've been talking about that for a while, that the next one they're going to roll out is going to be way more deadly. This was just the preparation, and they want to, still have the fear and the control, and how are they going to get there? And is, Trump and RFK challenging them enough to make them feel like, that's what they need to do? Who knows? But, I did not really expect that on my bingo card for 2024. But I'm here for it. And, these other, like that, order that came out of Texas, the one that you just showed, the tide is turning. It's, it's slowly coming out, and, we're adding that all as evidence. Everything that's coming out is being cited in our suit. And so we're just thankful for it. And just, I mean, who knows what will happen come January 21st if the aliens don't invade by then.
Right. Well, yeah, that's right.
I think that the important point that as we look at this whole situation too, as well, is that why in Australia are they allowed to do this, right? And I'm gonna reinforce what Matt said earlier about certain people getting to speak out, and that information gets out to the mainstream. It's really helpful. RFK in this situation, he had talked, and a lot of people hadn't really known. Maybe some did, and maybe I missed it. I try to listen to a lot of people who have views outside the mainstream box. But the Patriot Act, it opened it up, once again, a military action. The Patriot Act opened up weapons testing, virus testing, all these things over here. And I've said this before, from what limited time I remember in the military, what I remember and what I know and what I talk about all the time is whatever we do as a nation, as a military, our adversaries must do. If the United States has a big submarine force, China and Russia have to have a big submarine force. If America is investing in space and trying to get weapons in space, then China has to mimic it and Russia has to do it, and vice versa. If the Patriot Act opens the door and allows again for weapons biological testing to take place and creating these weapons, and the United States does it, then China and Russia have to do it, which means that Australia has to do it, and England has to do it, and everybody has to do it. So the fact is, and this is something I know, when I asked Chase Oliver, who was a libertarian candidate right out of the convention, and I've asked Jill Stein the same question when I have an opportunity, will you call for a ban on gain of function on day one? It's the mentality of what's going on. What is the mechanism for allowing them to do this, right? I think some of us at one point, and probably Shelby, you were in that camp, because I know you like to list camps as you beautifully did in your section of Burn Back Better, right? People are in these different camps. I think a lot of people are in a camp of like, oh, no. This was definitely a bioweapons test, a bioweapon here, right? COVID. But the question was, did they let it out or did it get out, right? A lot of people, I was in that camp for a long time. I was like, oh, no, this didn't come out of a wet market in Wuhan. If this sucker existed, it came out of a lab. Why were they able to do that? Why did they lift off the ban on gain of function? They found ways around it. Even Fauci, right? No, we don't do that gains of weapon testing. And if they did do it, it would have been done in North Carolina. He just lied and then showed you he lied in one sentence. So I think the fact that we have to recognize, once again, it's the friggin' military. Yep. The military works hand in hand with the intelligence apparatus. They are a government within a government. These viruses were able to be made and tested because they were allowed to do it. There was no international agreement to ban them once the Patriot Act was signed, and that's what we need to be looking at. That's the heart of the problem right there.
Straight facts. That is the heart of the problem. Why are we Frankensteining, viruses in a lab? Why? What purpose does that serve humanity at all? And the things that Fauci was doing were absurd. Letting just dogs get their faces eaten off in the name of science or whatever. God knows what was going on in there. And yeah, I don't believe it came out of a bat in Wuhan. It was absolutely deliberately, let out of the lab on purpose, 100%. And the next one will be too. And the next one. It'll keep happening until we stop letting it happen.
Yeah. We reported. Oh, hold on. Grab that. Sorry, guys. We reported on the military arm on this when we saw a few weeks back. There was a Dutch official on the health board said out loud, and I think it's because of the lawsuit going on in the Netherlands right now that Bill Gates is going to have to show up to. That's happening. So there's an actual, like, you have to be in court for this lawsuit. The Dutch officials are also going to have to show up. So they're saying out loud, well, it really wasn't us. We were told this. We were told to do our COVID procedures by NATO. NATO did this to us. We had no choice. So all of the instructions that were given to all these Western countries, and specifically, I mean, we saw with Trump standing there while Mike Pompeo was up on the stand telling us, right in the beginning, right when the lockdown had started, and he was saying this is going to be how we do things, and there was no getting around it. It seems like this is, and Craig, you mentioned this military operation behind the whole thing, which again, I go back to the lawsuit that you have every single agency listed, including the government agencies that are responsible for military action, because it seems like that's exactly what COVID was. And it seems like the next ones are going to also be a military arm that's enforcing these policies throughout the world as much as they can get away with, unless we stand up to it and hold these people accountable. So it's fascinating to see when you go down that rabbit hole, how far up it goes on that food chain of who's giving the instruction. I'm not trying to give Fauci a free pass in any way, but you start to think he's been in these meeting rooms. He's had to appear in these military meetings, like secret underground CIA meetings. Was he instructed the whole time to do this? I mean, we know he's a sociopath. We know that he gets off on these dog experiments, but my God, did he have no choice as well? Is there something bigger than that? So I throw that out to both of you guys. How far up the food chain does this stuff go? Or do we just say, Fauci, you're insane. Bill Gates, you're a psychopath. Both of you guys, that's why this happened? Or do they have no choice in their behaviors and what they do?
I mean, maybe they're so MK Ultra that, they're being completely remote operated by the government at this point. As far as like, if they had human conscience and human morality, I would hope that they wouldn't do these things. But I barely think these people are human. I mean, they're pretty much demons in meat suits. And he's been doing this since the AIDS era.
Exactly.
When is the same Fauci? I could go into clones at this point. Who's real, who's not. We know that we can remote control behavior. It's been proven. Why wouldn't they just tell them to go out and say whatever they need to say? And is Biden gonna pardon Fauci? That would be pretty weird because he doesn't have any charges pressed against him. Why would he be getting a pardon on a crime he technically hasn't been charged for yet? So I think that in itself just goes to show that they're all in on it. And, maybe that's how they got Fauci to, beyond MK Ultra or clones. Maybe that's how they got him to go out there and say, hey, here's unlimited amounts of money for you and your family. And you're going to get that pardon too, because we know it's all going to blow up in our face one day. Right. So, there's so many pieces to this puzzle, but it's all evil. They're all evil pieces.
Yeah. And I think that, a lot of these people are tried and tested, right? I mean, they can be in, once again, let's go to the camps again. What camps can they be in? They can be an MK Ultra person. They can be a person who is compromised, right? I feel that RFK is compromised by Israel so badly. He has spent some time on Epstein's jet. He had his whole situation where, his diary approved that he was a sex addict. So I don't believe he's getting it wrong. I believe he's compromised, but some people could just be bought. Right. And they put certain people into certain places. I think it's so crazy. We're talking about this, like Shelby, right? The sheriff for Maui was trying to test it. He, for crying out loud, he was the sheriff for the Vegas shooting at one point. So they understand who their people are. They know how to get them in play. So I think the question is, how do we now deal with them? Whatever camp they come from, MK Ultra, compromise, paid off, whatever one it is, let's find out what they're doing. We know what they're doing is wrong for whatever reason. And yeah, we should investigate more of the strings behind them, but it doesn't surprise me one way or the other. Listen, people nowadays who still watch the mainstream media news and pick a team, they don't watch the news for the news. They watch it for their confirmation bias. They want to be given the examples and the reasons why they can say, this is why I'm right and my team is right. They're not really concerned about what's going on. And The social engineers know that. And that's how they understand they can do people, because that's why they put people into boxes and put them on team sports, because it's the easiest way of obtaining their objective.
Shelby, do you have the media companies on this? I forgot. Are they on this lawsuit as well? The ones that have been doing the propaganda and protecting the
They're
elite?
not, because of the recent Supreme Court ruling. I don't know if you guys remember, where they kind of gave the media companies quote unquote immunity for what they had said, like First Amendment. They were allowed to say these things. So just circling back to like constitutional violations, can we pin a constitutional violation on them using their freedom of speech? Not technically. So we have chosen to leave them out for now. Do I think they should be put on the chopping block? Absolutely. And I want to wait for that day. But if somebody came to us and said, oh, I want to join as a plaintiff, and I was harmed by CBS because they mandated me to get the vaccine, well, then CBS could become a defendant that way. So, there is ways that we could bring them on as defendants.
But to be clear, Rachel Maddow going on TV and saying the virus stops with every injection of this vaccine, that is theater, right? That's not journalism on the books. As far as the courts are concerned, she's an actress performing, right? That's why she's protected. Is that what we're just to be clear? That's a performance theater, right?
Well, that she's using her First Amendment, freedom of speech to say that. Is it fraud? Yes. Is it maybe just complete? Was it coercion? Is it so many different ways that I think it's completely wrong? But are they allowed to say that? By the Constitution, do I think they should fine them $900 million like they did Alex Jones? That would make a lot more sense, for spreading false news. But I mean, one day they'll have their day.
They'll have their day. Well, Shelby, how can people get involved in the lawsuit that just found out about it now? Because it's rocking and rolling. We want to get as many people on as possible. Where can they go?
So go to humanitysuit.com. You'll see the button, become a plaintiff. It's going to give you a whole entire folder of, you'll see the filed suit. You'll see our filed injunction. And you'll also see the joinder information. So all you have to do is just print 3 documents. You fill those out and send those to the Texas court, and then you're added in joinder. So it's super easy to do. You can also reach out to me at Unjected Official on Instagram or at Unjected on X. I'd be happy to help you there if you have any questions, or you want to talk to our case lead, Mike Yellen. I've mentioned him before, but met him after the Lahaina fire when we were going to sue the shit out of everybody for what they did in Lahaina. We just couldn't find any homeowners that were brave enough. So anybody who's listening, who's a homeowner in Lahaina or business owner, and you still want to sue, please reach out to us. But we've been working on that ever since Lahaina. So this has been, a long time coming, and just hope to make some waves. There's and then, of course, go find the love of your life. Go find your love of your life on Unjected. Download it today. We got a 50% off sale.
What's with the banner over there? Yeah, what's going on with that? I mean,
it's just, it's so good you can eat it. I mean, it's some spike-free ass.
You're fucking speaking my language, girl. My language, man. Love it. I'm sorry. Yes, I approve of this banner. Spike-free ass. Go get it.
Love it. Shelby,
wow.
Thanks so much for sharing this with us. An Unjected Official, absolutely. People got to go to Unjected and get signed up now. Meet that person that has the courage and the bravery.
Can we not release Shelby since our other guest is not here?
I wanted to keep her for. I had one more segment. I just wanted to get this out. Yeah.
I could stay for another 5 minutes, but then I actually have to jump to another meeting.
What?
This is why I wanted to give us a little cushion, because I want to ask you to stick around for one little tag segment we're going to do here. We got you for 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, let's go for it. You're gonna love this one, Shelby. I kept this segment for you. It's called "We Know What It's Not."
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Welcome to another segment of We Know What It's Not. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasta Jardula and guest Shelby Hosana. We're going to look at some of the unfolding incidences of this last 6-7 days, because we've actually been doing this segment now a couple weeks now, because every time we open up our internet browsers, we see another died suddenly or a sudden collapse, or we have no idea why these things happen. They're, a lot of times they're young athletes, they're little kids, they're just people, very good shape, very good health, and bam, they're gone. Doctors are baffled as usual. They're always baffled. They have no idea what it is, but there's one thing we can all say for sure. We know what it's not. That's right. Let's check out this first one that came up. Little 14-year-old football player. I'm sure probably in really good shape. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't, but he was playing football. Let's see what happened.
Community is mourning the loss of a 14-year-old boy who collapsed during football practice this week. Hi, everybody, and thanks for joining us tonight at 7. I'm Bryant Reed. Channel 3 Eyewitness News reporter Heck Molina joins us live at Bloomfield High School, where hundreds gathered to honor the teen's memory tonight. Hector.
Well, Brian, a parent's worst nightmare took place on the football field Wednesday night when 14-year-old Ja'Kai Gale collapsed during his practice with the Junior Warhawks youth football team. Now, Ja'Kai recently transferred to Manchester High School, but still played football here in Bloomfield. The president of the Junior Warhawks says despite life-saving attempts by emergency medical personnel, Ja'Kai died at just 14 years old. Now tonight at Bloomfield High School, hundreds of his teammates, friends, and family members gathered on the fields where they lit candles and released balloons in the sky to honor Ja'Kai, a talented football player who was also known as a jokester among his teammates on the Junior Warhawks Pop Warner football team. Ja'Kai was one of the longest tenured players in the Junior Warhawk youth football program and was scheduled to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award at this year's banquet.
Lifetime Achievement Award. Wow. He must have been really unfit and unhealthy to get that award, I would assume, because that's the only reason why somebody at his age would collapse like that. As we know, when we grew up, guys, with all, we have plenty of memories of kids dying. Every week somebody would die, right? Oh, I'm sorry, that's a different universe. I don't remember growing up in that, but apparently kids growing up today are experiencing this all the time. It's really, really sad. New world that we're living in.
It's disgusting. It's so disgusting that I can barely handle it. As a mom, it makes me ill. And there's so many, obviously we've gotten into some heated discussions about the lawsuit, but the crux of it is that they are murdering families. They are murdering children. I've obviously been very deep into the vaccine, genocide. So, that's really where it comes down to me is like, that has to stop. People need to know what really happened to their children. It's not, there's no, question about it. I don't remember any children dying at my school, not one of them. So why now? Just in 2024, 21 and beyond. And the stats on the athletes passing away are through the roof now.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, like, just to be clear, anybody watching this and that is maybe second guessing, want to be devil's advocate, and it's certainly okay to be devil's advocate here. Just remember the mandate that was on all childhood sports, if you were an athlete in school three and a half years ago, which this kid was, he was about to get a tenure actually for his lifelong achievement. Certainly you were mandated to do this thing that whether you liked it or not, if you wanted to play sports, you had to do the thing. So just to keep a perspective there, guys, this is what they did to our children. This is what happened. And so this was, and this one does strike the nerve of any parents out there. And Shelby, I know you're affected by this one. We have so many others just collapsing. I want to go through them in a second, but Craig, if you want to jump in or
we're done with our 5 minutes. We got another guest waiting in the wings, so it's time to move on. We got to take a quick 30-second break and then bring in our guest. So
okay, yeah. Well, that's another segment of We Know What It's Not. Thank you so much, Shelby, for being with us here today.
Thank you, Shelby. I'll be in touch.
Okay, I love you guys so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for all your support.
Absolutely.
Bye, sweetheart.
Bye.
Shelby Hosana, ladies and gentlemen. Matt, can we do that? Take a quick 30-second break. And I mean, we can get into the same stuff here with Dr. Ben Marble. He is amazing at this stuff. He's got a lot to say, trust me, because Dr. Ben Marble knows what it ain't. Why don't we take a quick 30 seconds, fix the light, get some coffee, start off by playing that video that we have, Jayme. You see the first one? Quick synopsis of Ben Marble's thoughts, because that's just like a minute video. So why don't we take a 30-second break, play that video, and then bring our guest in. Does that work for you?
I like it.
All right, let's do that. We'll be right back with a 30-second break. Guys, this is the time to share, like. We're on Rumble. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitter. We're out there. Rockfin, the whole 9 yards. Share the video. Dr. Ben Marble is coming on. We'll be right back in 1 minute with our guest. All right, we're going to play the video. Let's play it. Ladies and gentlemen, I met this doctor at Defeat the Mandates in L.A. I was hip to him by my good friend, James Roguski, who's done some great work. He says this guy, not only is his names, but he's got a lot of marbles. He's put his whole career, his livelihood on the line. He's one of the first to start calling this sucker out. Early treatment, the whole 9 yards. Get a little taste of our next guest, Dr. Ben Marble.
Good Marble MD here. I'm the founder of MyFreeDoctor.com, Nobel Peace Prize nominee, et cetera, et cetera. Newsflash for the slow people. We all just witnessed the greatest mass poisoning in human history. What am I talking about? Talking about the COVID-19 fake vaccine poisons. Over 5.7 billion victims globally. We're seeing people dying suddenly, dropping like flies all over the world. All-cause mortality is soaring. Seeing people dying from heart problems, strokes, blood clots anywhere in their body, turbo cancers, VAIDS, impaired immunity, et cetera, all sorts of weird, bizarre health problems. And they're dying. And what do they all have in common? They took the freaking poison. So we need to ban these poisons. We need to stop the shots. And we need to arrest all the poison pushing physicians, politicians, which is 90% of the politicians globally, and the pastors as well. All the poison pushers need to be arrested, on trial, Nuremberg 2.0 as soon as possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ben Marble's here.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marble. Listen, I got a lot of questions, a lot of things to talk to you about. Even from, I watched half of your latest video with Dr. Lee Merritt.
Yes, sir.
You know, I met you in LA, and you know, a good friend of mine, Roguski, was always like,
yeah,
Dr. Ben Marble.
Yeah, James is great.
Yeah. But here's my first question. I'm going to get, the first question is let's cut to the chase. Let's just put it out on the table. What is in these batches of poison that is so bad, and why?
Well, that's, you know, the $1 million mystery question. And I've told the doctors this back in at the end of 2020 when, you know, the shots were about to come out. I read all the science I could, and the more I read, the scarier it got. You know, the majority of the ferrets in the studies, they died They didn't really change much, and then they just started giving poison to humans. And so it was obvious to me this was an intentional cull of humanity. They're giving people lethal injections, and the vaxtards think that lethal injections are safe and effective. And they're effective at causing death and destruction. And if you don't die from the shots, you're probably going to have some brain damage. And, you know, look at my immediate family. I mean, me personally, my family members who took these shots who didn't listen to me. Now, I told everybody from day one, don't take them. My uncle took Moderna. 2 weeks later, had a massive heart attack. He'd never had heart trouble. He's lucky he's still alive. Sister-in-law took 2 Pfizers. She wound up diagnosed with turbo cancer of the pancreas. She is now dead. Brother-in-law took 2 Pfizers. He just had his new kidney cancer cut out a few months ago. Luckily, he's still alive. That's 3 of my immediate family. And I see the horror stories every day. The patients who took these shots showing up in the ER with blood clots, strokes, heart trouble, weird, bizarre cancers, all kinds, you name it. These shots cause it. And all the politicians are stuck on stupid, pretending poison's safe and effective, and nobody will ban what's obvious poison. It was obvious it was poison from day one. The science never made any sense. The idea of making your body make a foreign protein was always fake, mad science. And that's the problem with this whole PC Wugmine virus is they follow this fake science that claims people can get pregnant, you know, people can change their sex, men can get pregnant, and poison supposedly a safe and effective vaccine. It's all fake science, and they're corrupted by the worst brainwashing in human history, commonly known as political correctness, or as Elon Musk calls it, the woke mind virus. And over 5 billion people poisoned themselves because of this brainwashing.
So let me get this straight, Dr. Marble, because I want to understand right at the crux of things, at the core. It's the fact that it's the whole mentality behind the vaccine itself to make a spike protein is what's causing it. It's not the actual mRNA, or is it stuff like, I think Naomi Wolf talked about the nanolitho particles that are in there that are causing the blood clots. It's the whole
we know this spike
behind the shot itself.
There's multiple poisons in the shot. One of the poisons is the spike protein bioweapon. That the spike protein is a bioweapon. It's in the COVID-19 Frankenstein virus, and it's in the shots. What other poisons are in the shots? The lipid nanoparticles themselves are poisonous. They cause inflammatory reaction wherever you put them. Some of the shots, like Pfizer, the number 3 ingredient in Pfizer is potassium chloride. What was potassium chloride? Potassium chloride was the literal lethal injection prisons used to use to execute inmates on death row. That was the literal lethal injection. That's the 3rd highest ingredient in the Pfizer shot, potassium chloride. So there's multiple poisons in these shots. They haven't helped a single person anywhere on earth, and they're all risk, no reward, and they should have never been put on the market in the first place. They need to be banned as soon as possible. And when you have to hold the poison pushers accountable, that's ultimately what has to happen. People like, you know, I give them nicknames. I call him Dr. Death Fauci. He's the architect of the gain of function science and making these diseases more deadly, as if that somehow ever made any sense. It's always been crazy mad science. The idea of making viruses more deadly, paying millions of dollars to make them more deadly just in case they're accidentally released when they're the ones accidentally releasing them is nuts. And they all deserve life in prison at a minimum.
So Dr. Ben Marble, thanks for being with us today. We have had personal experience with people. I mean, everybody has, and a lot of people are still, and I'm here in Hollywood where there's still a lot of people that are, whatever we want to call them, they're captured, they're woke, whatever their problem is, they refuse to see any of this data that keeps coming out. And I know, like, on one hand, because we're seeing more rapid cancers, we're seeing more neurological problems, we're seeing all sorts of things happening to people. You would think that there'd be a tipping point where people would see so much of the damage that it's about time that everybody goes, oops, we might have made a mistake. But that doesn't seem to be happening. In fact, the more we get removed from the actual issuing and the mandating of this poison, the more it's in people's rearview mirror. So when you've seen people having, they were in remission for cancer, now it's back. Oops, they died. Oopsie. It seems like the further we get away from the mandate era, the further away we are at having that memory that this is related to that. And so even if every family member is going down with something, people are less, seems to me, they're less likely to make this connection.
Yeah.
And I'll throw this in because when we see celebrities dropping dead, we see people of note. You have to get a report, and you open up the Hollywood Reporter, Variety. We cover this every week on the show. Just random people dropping dead. They're able to word it as we get further away. They're able to use words to trick the reader and say, after a long battle with cancer. What does long mean? Does it mean 5 months, 6 months? What does that mean now? A year? Because all of this is still within a time frame of being affected by this thing. So where do you see the timeline going from here, even with everybody being obviously affected by this directly, but the more time that goes by, is there going to be a tipping point for society where they go, oh my God, there's no way around it, we effed up?
I think we just witnessed the tipping point. Some people will bury their heads in the sand and go full vax-tard. No matter how much evidence you give them, they just cannot believe the obvious truth. So there are some people they're going to die suddenly soon and they'll be gone. That's going to happen to a large amount of people. The recent CEO of United Healthcare being murdered on camera recently, I think that ties into what I've been saying. I've been predicting for a couple of years now. If we don't get these shots pulled off the market when some disgruntled parent realizes that the nurse or doctor down the street gave their kid poison and their kid died a few days later, it's easy to predict. I'm not encouraging it, but predicting human behavior is easy. And some people will want to get vengeance for that. And so lo and behold, this guy with United Healthcare, apparently he had a brother that was vax injured and seemed disgruntled in some way. Maybe they denied his healthcare claims. I'm not sure if it was vaccine related or not, but it's kind of all related to the same issue, that healthcare has just let the people down big time by pushing these poisons on the world, and the whole insurance system is just a big scam. And the people are fed up with it. And so once a few high profile cases happen of being these bad people being executed by vigilante murderers, then suddenly the doctors pushing poison that are all cowards, and they're going to realize, oh God, if I keep giving people poison, then people may want to come hurt me. And so suddenly they'll all stop giving the poison. But it's still up to the politicians to pull the shots off the market. And it took thalidomide 3 years before they got the poison called thalidomide off the market. Back in the late 60s, they gave thalidomide to pregnant women. They thought it was safe and effective, and they gave it to thousands of pregnant women. And their children were born missing arms and legs. They had little flipper arms and little flipper legs. And that affected around 12,000, 13,000 people. And it took 3 years to get that off the market. Well, what we're seeing with these shots, the COVID-19 fake vaccines, the mRNA gene therapy, is far, far worse than thalidomide, because these poisons were given to over 5.7 billion people all around the world. And why'd they do it? They did it for the World Economic Forum's Great Reset, intentional call of humanity is why they did it. And it's already been completed. Now all they have to do is wait. Tick-tock, the clock's ticking. You haven't gotten sick yet. Well, don't count your chickens before they hatch, because if you took the poison shots, you might be dying suddenly soon. So this is why I tell everybody you should be praying and fasting and getting right with God, because you might not survive this. If you took a lethal injection, you may die from it. So get your life straight with God, pray, repent, fast. Fasting is known to help clear the spike protein from the body, by the way. Prayer and fasting are both free as well. So that's why they're also good.
That was Dr. Easley, right? Who said that stuff about the fasting too as well. And I think
Henry Easley, he's a great doctor and been doing a lot of great work helping fight this madness of the PC poison pushing cult.
Yeah, and you can also lose a few pounds when you do the intermittent fasting.
When you look at the brainwashing, it's a murder-suicide cult inherently is what it is, and it's basically Satanism.
Yeah. Well, let's
dive into
this a little bit more, because I think that you made an interesting point. You said it's up to Congress to do what they need to do to protect the people, and it's really important. I mean, obviously, I think that this whole movement with people like yourself, Dr. Ben Marble, Dr. Ely, is taking some accountability for your own health, understanding what you put in your body is just as important as your health down the road. It's not this kind of like meta sick care system we have, like, hey, eat McDonald's, do what you want, then take this pill when you're feeling bad, come to us, give us your money, and we'll fix you up. It's not like that. There is some form of accountability, but the reason why they have to pull the plug on it is they have provided the cover. They have provided the immunity. That is our Congress, our government, for this death cult to do so. But you did hit one interesting point, and this is something I used to like to talk about. I never got a chance to talk to him, but Dr. Zelenko, he was one who would kind of connect the dots when it came to the World Economic Forum, the fourth industrial revolution. Have you recognized yourself? You know, and I sometimes when I ask these questions about the WEF and why they were given this poison, because a lot of these people, they're Malthusians, right? They want to depopulate the planet too as well. But it's also about, hey, if you get a shot, you get a QR code. It's also about track and trace systems. And this is why I warn people right now, and you might not have seen this, Dr. Ben Marble, hopefully I can educate you on this, is that they use the COVID-19 to get the leftists, the Democrats on a QR code. They're now going to use the border and the false narrative that illegal immigrants vote to put you on the conservatives, the populists, right on the track and trace systems. Have you connected the dots as far as the track and trace mentality and rearranging the whole economic system, trying to move people on the CBDCs?
Sure. Certainly, the goal of the globalists, their goal is to usher in the one world government, which means they have to destroy America, which is part of why they're having the invasion of America occur, to try and destroy America, bring in the one world government with the CDBC, Central Digital Bank Currency, and it's, you know, inherently what it is this the mark of the beast system. Basically, if you want to look at it biblical terms, is a tracking system to track all people, to track their location. And we already have a virtual tracking system. I mean, how many days did it take them to catch this killer the other day? It took them 4 or 5 days, but guess what? They caught him. They tracked him down. Anybody can be tracked. Ask Osama bin Laden. It took him a few years, but they tracked him down. So the whole world, we're under the global tracking system already. World War III already started several years ago. It started with the release of the bioweapons. Billions have been poisoned. Millions have died. And people are like, World War III might start next week. No, it already started. It's in progress. And we're in the end game. What's going on with Syria right now, and the whole mess with Gaza and Ukraine, and sending all our, you know, we got people freezing to death in North Carolina, and we're sending billions of dollars to foreign countries. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah. Doctor, I want to ask you about myfreedoctor.com and your practice specifically. And first I want to commend the fact that when you talked about treatment or remedies, you're talking about something that you're not selling a product, you're saying intermittent fasting. And that's awesome, because we've talked to a lot of doctors, a lot of people who push particular products in order to help people, which I understand if it's something that can work. But the fact that the first thing you said was, besides praying, you said intermittent fasting. So I have a double question for you. Is there anything else people can do besides that, like supplements and things like that? And then as far as myfreedoctor.com, is your practice, are you in a position where, I guess I'm assuming this, but please correct me if I'm wrong, but you're in a position where you can be vocal right now. You're not going to be losing your job or your medical license because you're in some sort of position where you can control that, you know, from a private point of view? Or how does that work? How are you able to do what you're doing and be as vocal as you are?
Well, that's an interesting question, because, you know, certainly we've had a lot of attacks from the pharmacies to the state medical boards going after our various doctors' licenses, like Dr. Ryan Cole, Dr. After, myself. I mean, I had 5 different states try to take my medical license. But all it took for doctors to do the right thing was to have courage and to not be cowards and not to be bribed, and to remember the pledge to first do no harm. And when you see the government recommending all these things that are doing harm, then you're supposed to stand up and say something. And so that's part of the issue. Now I had to, you know, for example, February 21, I had to quit a $430,000 a year ER job because I refused to take the poison shot, and they wanted 100% of employees to take the shot. And if I refused to take it, they were going to fire me. So I quit. I was not going to take that shot. Now, so I walked away from the ER for a year and a half. I finally went back. So there is some little risk in speaking out relative to the ER, but the ER is a hospital job, and I work in a pretty conservative county, so most of the people support what I'm doing. But as far as the 50 states with myfreedoctor.com, there's you know, a small risk. All the state medical boards are run by the woke mind virus peace economy enemy, as I would call them. So there's a small risk there, but I didn't become a doctor to watch people die and to tell people to take poison. And so I think it's our duty as physicians to stand up against this fake science. For example, the simplest example is the craziness of trying to transition children. This is where they just lose pretty much everybody. The Wugmine virus, fake science, they claim you can transition an 8-year-old child and change their sex. What you're really doing to that 8-year-old child is you're sterilizing them forever. It's permanent sterilization. If you try to transition a child prior to puberty, you throw their hormonal cycle off. They can never reproduce. They can never have children. And that's part of the big picture goal of this cult, this Wugmine virus global cult. Is everything they favor is about population reduction. So if they can kill you, great. If they can sterilize everybody that's not killed, great. Turn the people into a bunch of eunuchs. They want you fat because fat people are less likely to have children, and you're less fertile if you're obese, and then you're more likely to get cancers, and then they can sell you all their big pharma products as you're slowly dying while they've got you fattened up for the slaughter. And that's what they're doing to the masses, and a lot of people just don't see it. And because it's a murder-suicide cult, a lot of the people took the Kill-Aid, the Kool-Aid, the Cult-Aid, which is the fake vax poisons, and you got people signing up for their 10th booster. Majority of those people are going to die suddenly soon. So what we're seeing is this wave of mass death globally all around the world. The excess deaths are up, 15, 20% pretty much in every nation where you check. And it's all a great mystery why the mass die-off is in progress. But it is in progress. More people die this year and next year than any years in human history. It's going to be billions that die from these shots, not millions.
Yep.
And it's going to freak people out.
So I think that, there is somebody in the chat who goes, I don't want to look at things biblically. I don't look at things biblically. I understand. And that's the thing. Everybody can look at this any way they want. You said that people should repent, do these things. I tell people it's all about being as human as you possibly can, because they're trying to make us unhuman, right? They practice transhumanism. A lot of people believe that the whole transgender thing coming from Tavistock is about a step before transhumanism. All I know is that these people who are calling the shots hate us. They want us to get dead.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, the people with the Wugmine virus, it's political correctness. It's an atheist worldview. They hate God. They don't believe in God, but they want to play God. They want to play God and decide who gets to live and who gets to die. And they want to set death panels. What Fauci delivered to the world. What did Fauci deliver? Why do I call him Dr. Death Fauci? He delivered the United States with the number one highest COVID death toll of any country on the planet. That's what his death protocols delivered. Remdesivir in the hospital, killing people's kidneys, sedating people with a respiratory illness, which makes their breathing worse. And then you intubate them, and then they're intubated and they wind up dead. And then the hospital gets like a $40,000, $50,000 bonus if they put the people in the ICU and kill them. So they incentivize murder at the hospital level because of what Fauci did, the CDC and the FDA. So all these organizations, we got to have, I'm very hopeful with what Trump's doing and by nominating RFK Jr. He understands what's going on, and he has the legal knowledge to hopefully get some of these, like the 1986 law that gives all these poison manufacturers immunity from lawsuit. That law needs to be repealed. That's how we hold these people accountable. You look at the Amish and you look at the unvaccinated, they're healthier. The unvaccinated are healthier across the board for all health illnesses. And it's proven that 100 years of vaccine science has turned out to be a big fraud. It's been a big fraud on the world, but the COVID-19 vaccines, the mRNA shots, are the deadliest vaccines of all time. They've killed more people in 3 years than all the other vaccines combined over 4 decades. So that's to me the priority. But they're trying to get us with poison in the air, the food, the water, any way they can. This, globalist transhumanist movement, and they want to put nanoparticles and turn you into the Internet of Bodies so you're Wi-Fi capable. I'm sure you've seen the stories of people showing up at the cemetery and having graves show up on the Bluetooth and stuff. It's kind of wild and crazy, and nothing would surprise me with what these evil people are doing with the mad science they have unleashed on the world.
Definitely. I was definitely just piggybacking on the fact that we can try to dissect why they hate us, but they do hate us. They call us useless eaters, for crying out loud. And for whatever reason, and those things are good to look at. And the reason why I think those things are good to look at is because we have to understand what the social engineers, those who call the shots, the ones who studied through Operation Phoenix and Tavistock, how do we move a population one way? You talk about the 5.7 billion people that got tricked into doing this stuff. I talk about the fact my friend Terry from Code Pink, who's no longer really with them, and she does like this work on the outside. She said she was so amazed that the United States government was able to get everybody to quarantine in their house without even putting a tank on the street. You got to look at the mental games they're playing. One of the mental games they're playing is they're making some of the zeros look like heroes. You call them the bargainers, right? And I want to kind of talk about this because I know this is, if there's any area in which I'm like, Dr. Marble, the liking for Donald Trump, I don't get it. I want to talk about some of his nominations for the health industry, for public health, because just like you, when it comes to Jay Bhattacharya, just like Dr. Malone, they advised older people to get the shot. And I was like, no way, I'm not accepting that. Because even by the time we got to the vaccine, it's been long enough to know they were running ruckshot over here. They were playing a game. They were trying to do something to society. Who are the bargainers and why are they dangerous, Dr. Marble?
Well, all physicians, when the COVID vaccine, fake vaccine poisons came out, all doctors fell into one of three groups. You were either a right doc history member, which were the docs who opposed these shots in all patients from day one, or you were a poison pusher who favored giving them to everybody, or you were in the middle. The bargainers were in the middle. The bargainers said, don't give the shots to children because children are low risk for COVID. So don't give the shots to children, but do give them to the elderly. And so the bargainers were people like Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Marty Malarkey McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Malone, call him Dr. Evil One, Dr. Mal One. You know, Mal is evil, is Spanish for evil. So Mal
He wanted to track and
Evil
trace. He
One.
thought contact tracing was good.
So what happened was the media pretended the right docs of history don't exist. They pretended all doctors favored these fake vaccine poisons. And then the media made the bargainers famous. The media made Bhattacharya famous, Martin McCary, they made him famous, Martin Kulldorff. Of course, you got the other ones like Rand Paul, Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil, a few others. And these doctors did just as much harm as the poison pushers, if not more, because they're sort of seemingly middle ground bargain that, oh, don't give it to kids, but do give it to old people. That seemed reasonable to the average person. But when you're talking about giving people lethal injections that are actually, you know, straight up poison, it's not reasonable to give the highest risk old people these poison shots. And what we saw is when the old people got the poison shots, the old people died. Millions of old people died because of the bargainers. And so now you look at Trump's nominations. Yes, I have to be critical of Trump on this topic. I like Trump overall. He's been the best president of my lifetime by far. But his number one biggest mistake as president, Operation Warp Speed, was an epic failure, his biggest failure by far, that delivered the greatest mass poisoning in human history to the entire planet. So that was an epic failure. He was duped by the fake doctors, Fauci, Birx, etc. They clearly tricked him and deceived him, and they bragged about lying to the president. That should be considered treason. A conspiracy to lie to the president to convince the president poison's safe and effective. They should all be arrested for treason for tricking the president, is how I see that. Now, his nominees, the 5 nominees, the physician nominees, Dr. Oz, Dr. Janet, the Fox News talking head. She's the worst, by far the worst. She's talking head on Fox News, and you know, she favors more censorship. She hates free speech. She wants you to wear more masks, and she wants you to take more doses of poison. She deserves life in prison. I think all the bargainers deserve life in prison, because if you're telling people to take poison, you're a murderer. Doesn't matter if you were ignorant and you thought it was safe and effective, but it turned out to be poison. It's still negligent homicide at a minimum, and you should be arrested.
Well, look, Trump did get pushed into doing a lot of things, and I will give him like a little bit of a free pass that at the time he was coerced. We know he actually sat down with Dr. Zelenko, who told him hydroxychloroquine, this is it. This is the one. And he's like, yes, I know it is. And he came back and he goes, hey, I know this is going to actually help people, Problem is I can't because my team's telling me I got to do Operation Warp Speed so I can guarantee a re-election. We know how that worked out. Why do you suppose that Trump doubled down after he got RFK Jr. on his team? He went onto that debate stage, and this is where he lost me. Went onto that debate stage and doubled down on ventilators, doubled down on masks. He literally hasn't apologized for anything. Now, look, we're not saying he has to get up there and go,
I
I
agree.
apologize. But the fact that he's doubling down on these horrific mistakes, to put it lightly, a mistake when it really was, like you said, worst thing he could have ever done. He's doubling down on that. How do you make sense of that on that debate stage after?
Well, I think he's doubling down because he hasn't had an opportunity to speak to doctors like myself yet to tell them what the real science is, because he keeps talking to doctors like Dr. Oz, clearly corrupted by the fake mind, the woke mind virus, fake science. Dr. Oz supports transitioning children. Dr. Oz should not be his nominee. Dr. Oz belongs in prison. He took the shot himself. So Dr. Oz is now a shot for brains vaxxed as far as I'm concerned, because a lot of the doctors took the shots. They've had significant drops in their IQ since they took the vaccine poisons. They've had brain damage and they can't think clearly. They have a constant brain fog. And so I think Trump was deceived, and he needs to talk to the doctors who got it right, whether it's myself, doctors like Dr. Thorpe, Dr. Farella, Dr. Kat Lindley, Dr. Mary Talley Bowden. There's a bunch of us that we got it right. We knew the real science, that these shots were going to be dangerous. We warned everybody. This is the other thing I've tried to offer, and I almost think there's a conspiracy of people trying to prevent me from talking to Trump, because I might talk some sense into him. And I feel like they're obstructing me from getting to have a conversation with the man, because I would like to donate the pay it forward My Free Doctor model to America to replace Obamacare. We could be the replacement for the turd known as Obamacare that has done nothing but cause harm. And I would encourage him to repeal Obamacare. And I have a few other suggestions. He could do an executive order to allow physicians licensed in one state to practice all 50 states. That would be a huge unburdening of the physicians, that allow us to use capitalism and to work better and more productive for the patients of America. And, we could donate this pay it forward model to America and become the free legal entryway into healthcare, and have one universal electronic medical record that everybody uses, and actually have an efficient system that makes sense, instead of the current system, which is just based on insurance and a big scam. The scam that is insurance, which 30 to 40% of healthcare dollars go to insurance and lawyers. Well, insurance and lawyers do not help patients, period. So you take that money away and you funnel it to a free, easy to enter system as the starting point, and I think we would improve healthcare big time in our country.
So RFK had talked about one point the fact that the media, along with the advertisers, the pharmaceutical companies that is, get free range to advertise and push their products, and then they get the comfort of the Congress giving them qualified immunity so they can't get sued for their death shots. What would you think that when Donald Trump gets in, or if there was some sense that could be made out of this whole situation? Once again, I'm in the camp that I've dumped Trump for quite some time, a long time ago. The fact he's still running around with the Johnson & Johnson family, still bragging about stuff. When he hit that debate stage, you got RFK on your team now. Listen, you double down, you're gonna brag about ventilators. But if he were to get in, I don't know if you've watched a football game or a show lately, Dr. Marble, but Pfizer and Moderna are all over the place. Commercial after commercial. They're on the field. They're controlling everything. You even got Travis Kelce, saying, hey, look, you can get your flu shot and your COVID shot together.
And his mom, too. His mom
too, right? What would be the number one thing out of the gate they can do to stop, as you mentioned, these people who are signing up for their 10th booster, who are still going to get the shot? What would be the number one thing we can do to stop that moving forward?
Well, certainly banning big pharma advertising on television would be a huge win, and he's committed to do that, and I think that's going to happen. And that would be a great start. Getting that 1986 law repealed that gives them immunity, revealing the real data that, for example, there have been 0 placebo-controlled studies on any vaccines. RFK Jr. was able to prove that against Fauci. And the average person has no clue how dangerous vaccines are. you know, the autism rate has soared as the number of vaccines has gone through the roof. You know, when we were children, you got maybe 5 vaccines before you turned 18. Now it's like 80. It's complete insane. It's insanity. It's mad science. People need to stop poisoning their babies. Quit giving your kids these shots. I've never taken another vaccine as long as I live, and I would tell everybody else do the same. Do not give your kids these poisons. We're living in weird times, and until sane people get back in charge of these organizations, just quit giving your kids these shots, because they're trying to turn all the shots into the mRNA gene therapy shots is what they're trying to secretly do to the world. And you know, it's all bad, so just don't take them.
Yeah. So with people that do know that they were coerced into getting it originally, they never wanted it, they regret it, they figured it out later. What else can we tell them besides you know, being in a positive mind, praying, and then the intermittent fasting? What else can we tell them? Is there any hope to this? And I'll piggyback on my question to you. Tell me if there's any truth on this one. When they distributed this thing, weren't there different levels of contamination of the poison? Were there vials that didn't have anything? They were safe ones.
Yeah, it seems like there were basically 3 lots. There were the hot lots that had the deadliest shots. There were the mid-level lots that had a low level of the poison, and then there were basically the placebo lots that had nothing in them. And there's a lot of data over the past 4 years that has shown that throughout Europe. For example, the first 2020 and 2021, you know, basically a third of the people got placebo. So that's great news. If you didn't actually get the real poison, that's great. Of course, you want everybody to have hope. And so that's why I tell people to turn to God. There's always hope in God, prayer and fasting. But, you know, there's other things. And we're My Free Doctor. We treat vaccine injured every day. So anybody needs our help, go to myfreedoctor.com. We'll do our best to help you, give people advice on what they can do and things they can take. Simple things, you know, there's a few things that people who took these shots can take. Ivermectin's one of them. Nattokinase is another. Bromelain, curcumin. There's a few others. Nicotine is believed to help. We do also do like prophylactic dosing of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine for people who are going to travel. Like if you're going to travel to a big event and you're going to know you're going to get exposed to COVID or whatever, and you want to take it before you go, we'll prescribe for that. Before you even get sick, we'll prescribe you meds, so you have meds at home on hand to take just in case you do get sick and you want something to start on day 1 of illness. It's best to get the meds on hand. So we try to have a variety of ways we can help people with that. Now, that said, there are some conditions that are not appropriate for telemedicine. Like, for example, if you get a cut on your arm and you need your lacerations sewn up, we can't do that. And we'll tell you, well, sorry, we can't help you, but you might want to go to the ER. That tends to make some people get mad about that and don't seem to understand that everything's not appropriate for telemedicine. But we don't make the rules. We just have to follow them. And no, we can't give you, you know, sew your arm up on the internet but there are a lot of things we can help with. Certainly when it comes to communicable diseases like COVID and bird flu or whatever else, not going to a doctor's office is a huge advantage, because you don't want to get exposed to the illness, right? And you don't want to have to go sit in that waiting room and be around a bunch of sick people coughing in your face and stuff. So there is a tremendous convenience advantage and advantage of avoiding communicable diseases by the internet, by, you know, telemedicine and what we're able to help people with. So we want to give people hope, and, you know, we ask for donations. About 2/3 of people donate, about a third can't. It's a pay it forward system. The people who donate pays for the people who can't. And our doctors love it. Our patients love it. And we just try to do our best we can and help as many people as possible.
Dr. Ben Marble, thank you so much for joining the show. Let everybody know where they can find you. Matt, did you have any final questions? I'm sorry.
No, you summed it up perfectly. I know some of our viewers were asking about this stuff, and I'm just really happy. And I'll say again, thank you for not coming on and selling us something we never heard of. These are all great things that we know and we can trust. And intermittent fasting, I think it's the best thing ever. We've been talking about it every week on our show. So just thank you for coming on and telling it straight to us. And that's what we need. We need more doctors like you. So thank you for taking your time. I'll pass it back to Craig.
No, I just want to say thank you so much, and let everybody know where they can find you, what you got in the works, and any other message you want to leave to the crowd out there. Thank you so much for coming on today, Dr. Marble.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. I'm on X. If I'm not in Twitmo, I've been banned 33 times in the past 4 years, but my current handle on X is @MarbleBenjamin. And then of course, myfreedoctor.com. I'm working on building a new website, benmarblemd.com. That should be hopefully ready in a few weeks. But just, trying to help people through myfreedoctor.com. That's the way people can help us spread the domain name, myfreedoctor.com, everywhere you go. And that's how we help more people.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Ben
you,
Marble.
guys.
You have a great day, Dr. Marble. Great seeing you again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, buddy. That is Dr. Ben Marble, myfreedoctor.com. Interesting, right? A lot of great things to say. I mean, he's been around for a while. Yeah, your thoughts, buddy.
Man, I like the bluntness. I like just he just comes out and says it. I like that we stuck on the topic. I mean, you and I both had the thing. We could go down the religious route if we wanted to. We can go down the Trump thing if we wanted to. I'm glad we stuck on it. But man, it goes to show you. And I would have made, if I could have made one more point. Maybe I'm glad I left it off, because we talk about this on the show a lot. So you viewers know this. We talk about that it doesn't take a certain religious mindset or a certain type of person to get it. It just takes a person that's willing to have courage, willing to get curious, willing to get skeptical and stand up for what's right. You can be religious, you can be atheist, you can be a book smart, you could be street smart, you can have an IQ over the top, you could be not that bright at all. You could just have those instincts, and we can really have a movement of people coming together from all sorts of places. So I like not being in those boxes. But hey, again, Ben Marble tells it straight where he's coming from, and he's given us everything that we need to have. And too bad there aren't more doctors that were as loud and vocal about this as early as he was. So I definitely appreciated the conversation.
Yeah. I understand how people can say the religion, me too, right? The still loving and liking of Trump when he's doing all these things and he's responsible for it. I'm not playing that either. So those are two negatives. But I mean, listen, he was out in front when it came to a lot of the early treatments. It aligned with a lot of the doctors who were doing the early treatments, same thing that was going on. I mean, and he's called out a lot of stuff early from the get-go. So whether he is, like a little bit too much over the top when it comes to the religious stuff and people kind of turn away from that, he has been on point with a lot of other things. So
yeah, it might just be semantics. Like I could have been like, hey, I don't think it's the atheists that run the world. I think they're in a satanic death cult. I think being free, but that's whatever. We could go down that.
Yeah,
who cares? Forget about it.
I pick my battles. I'm not fighting that battle anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So if it makes you feel good, go with God then. All right. I'm gonna go with real science because I am the science.
I love it. All right. Hey, guys, we do have a few more things we want to get to today. You want to take a 1 minute break and we can come back? I do have like 2 or 3 more segments if you want to stick around.
Yeah, I know. We're going to get to 7 o'clock. I'm going to win my bet. I'm just hoping that we got 20 minutes till 6. So, let's take a quick 1 minute-er.
Yeah, let's do a 1 minute. We'll be back with some more show for you guys. More rabbit holes we got to go down today.
All right.
Okay. Be right back.
Right.
Okay. We are back, guys, doing the multi-stream today. Homeless Left and Pasta to Go, coast to coast show. We're with you another hour and change here, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We've had some great guests so far. Shelby, Hosana. We've got Dr. Ben Marble. We have some more stuff coming up. Craig, do you want to maybe take a couple of the, maybe we could do a couple of the, if you have any super chats or any of the comments first, and then we'll get into the next segment. Anyone that want to respond?
I don't have any of that. I didn't have anything planned.
Okay.
Jayme, do you have anything that you want to add? Is there any super chats? Anything on Rockfin? Anything? I don't see any.
Okay, we'll star some of the comments and do them.
No super chats. Nothing today. You guys got to start sending some of those in. I'm sure you guys got some good questions.
Yeah, we did have some questions. I tried to take a couple of them during the interview with the doctor. Let's see. Maybe we'll just hold off and get a few more maybe later on. Since we don't have any of the super chats. No worries. Let's get on to something here. We got the Jay-Z rabbit hole. We got a little World War III watch. You want to do those two right now? What are you feeling?
Let's do the Jay-Z thing because we did talk about a lot of foreign policy in Syria in the very beginning. So let's just do the Jay-Z thing for sure because that's something that we really haven't touched upon, and at least I haven't in a while. So yeah,
let me grab this. We'll set this up. Okay. Good. Okay, yeah. Hold on, just 1 second, just to make sure I got everything in place. Here we go. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and do this week in HOLLYWOKE. Here we. Oh wait, where's that? Where's that up? Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. All right, guys, it's time for another episode of This Week in HOLLYWOKE. We're going to go a little bit down the Jay-Z rabbit hole, as we call it. We'll start with all the happenings, all that Jay-Z's currently being brought into the P. Diddy situation. A lot of people have been calling this out long ago, starting with Cat Williams at the beginning of the year, and everybody that has spoken up since said this doesn't stop at P. Diddy. It keeps going, and it's coming, and Jay-Z and Beyonce are next. They warned us. It's here. Let's see how we're going to get a little bit into the lawsuit in a second, but let's see right away, since it's out in the open and it's on every news station right now, how is Disney responding to this? How is HOLLYWOKE responding to this? Let's see what just happened. Did we have a premiere? Did we have a movie premiere? Let's see what Disney did. So yes, of course, Jay-Z is denying everything. Of course he is. That's what you would expect. Let's see, this was, he's accused. So just so you guys know, officially, Jay-Z has been accused of rape in refiling of Sean Diddy Combs' civil lawsuit. Jay-Z's been added to the civil lawsuit. So it's bringing him into the already lawsuit with Diddy, allegations of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000. So that's out in the open. Now, I want to, before I hear your take on it, Craig, let's just say this. I want to reemphasize. People have said this was coming. This isn't out of nowhere. We've heard people telling stories. We're going to play for you a clip in a second of an actual there was an NFL player, Larry Johnson, that has a story. We're going to play that for you in a little bit here. But first, I want to get a little breakdown. Do you think, Jayme, do you think you could grab a little bit of that? Let's say the Ian Carroll breakdown, just a little bit of this. We don't have to watch all of it, just a little bit to see what is actually happening right now with Jay-Z and what we should be expecting next.
Well, Jay-Z just got named in the Diddy lawsuits. We've been saying it for a long time. And this is just the start. There's a lot more coming. Jay-Z has been accused in a civil case, and just accused, not convicted, in a civil case of raping a 13-year-old girl in the year 2000 with Diddy. This is a suit filed by Tony Busby, this dude out of Texas. And I just want to clarify what's happening in the music industry here is that this allegedly happened after she was driven to a party after the MTV Video Music Awards. Because what is coming out is that this is mainstream culture being done by most of the biggest names at the after parties of the award shows. This is like, the reason why this is crazy is because everyone knew, because it was an open secret, because it was happening in the middle of the mainstream culture. This lawsuit is from victims that are being represented by Tony Busby. He's the one that came out saying that he's representing 120 clients. He's the one that had the whole press conference that said many powerful people will be exposed. And I just want to clarify that this is boys and girls. In the first 6 complaints, it was on behalf of 2 Jane Does and 4 John Does. We've got complaints from people that were as young as 10 years old at the time, drugged and raped. And Tony Busby is not just some random lawyer. This dude has a long, powerful career. He was on the cover of the New York Magazine in 2010 for his litigation against BP following the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. He's represented celebrity cases, rapper, all kinds of stuff. He's also got a whole bunch of other stuff going on in his life. He's got a big reputation, and he's not trying to ruin that reputation. But these are just allegations, obviously, and we don't know yet. Jay-Z put out a letter basically being like, fuck that shit, I'm innocent. And he actually said, I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Okay, Jay-Z, let's go for a criminal complaint. Let's send this motherfucker to jail. My guess is that just like with Diddy, what starts as a civil case will probably also become a criminal case. But I just want to read the last paragraph out of Jay-Z's letter here. Quote, you have made a terrible error in judgment thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the project of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We have very strict codes of honors. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me that, if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. Okay. I look forward to showing you just how different I am. Okay, Sean, let's see just how different you are. In most cases, I would be, waiting for judgment and trying to see what comes out in court. And like, we will see what comes out in court. But the whole industry has been talking about Jay-Z for a long time. The whole industry was talking about Diddy for a long time. This is not a secret, and we all know what's coming. And Diddy's protection obviously ran out. And maybe Jay-Z thinks that his protection is still good, but I got news for you, Jay. It's a whole new world, and the people are ready for change. And we are done with this fucking corrupt, disgusting, blackmail, pedophile culture. So it looks like Jay-Z's got.
Okay, so we can discuss Ian Carroll on overall and what he's doing on Twitter and all that stuff. We've had that discussion before, but the points he's making here are that this is something that he's getting sacrificed by the people that have allowed him to be where he's at. That's what's happening. It doesn't look like there's any way out for him. This is going in only one direction from what I can see, Craig. But I want to remind the viewers what it is that we're doing here. When we talk about HOLLYWOKE, what we're talking about is a system it's a house of cards that is crashing down. We're seeing this in real time. The mindset that there's just this one bad apple here, one bad apple there, get rid of them and let's move on. That is not a sustainable system. At some point, and I think we're heading on it, there's going to be a new awakening within this entertainment industry, whether it's not just music, not just movies, but sports as well. All of the celebrity limelight that once you get up to a certain echelon, you have to literally sign your name away to be in that top. When you become a Jay-Z, you become a Beyonce, you become a P. Diddy, you're hand selected to be there, and you have to sacrifice who you are to do that. This isn't like, P. Diddy and Jay-Z, they must have just been naturally born a certain effed up way. No, they were hand selected from where they were, and they were asked, do you want to be part of here? You're here right now. You got a certain amount of fans. You're going to be very successful. You might have 1 million people buying your album, but do you want to be in the upper elite? If you want that, there is an exchange. So this is the method in which Hollywood exists, the way sports entertainment, the top echelon works. They're all captured, and it's coming undone one layer at a time. And it is a house of cards, and it is falling. I'll pass it over to you, Craig. Any thoughts?
Well, I just think that a lot of this that we're seeing right now is the elites that have certain people under control shaking the trees, going, hey, just make sure you stay in line. Those that they have in line, they want to keep them in line. So they know there's certain people that are tied to Jay-Z and his parties and Diddy and did things with these guys, and they're letting them know, hey, man, don't step out of line because we will release the hounds on you. I think there's a lot more behind the scenes that we don't know. I think there's going to be some great work out there. People are going to start connecting the dots, who these guys are in charge with. I mean, when it comes to P. Diddy, everybody knew the whole story about where he came from, who bred it, who buttered his bread, right? Like, where did he get his money from? The Clive Owen connection, all that. But it is a controlled environment. It is a house of cards. I don't think it's coming crashing down. I think it's been exposed for quite some time. And what we're seeing right now is the social engineers and the ruling class attempt to distract us from what really did happen and to put their sacrificial lambs out there so they can, once again, move along with business as usual. Remember, we're in the United States of amnesia. And what happens yesterday will be forgotten about tomorrow, and they'll just move along. I mean, look at Donald Trump. The whole thing, we were talking with Dr. Ben Marble, all the stuff that Donald Trump did to help the COVID 1984 script happen. He was a big part of it, right? You know, and they want to make excuses or whatnot, but that's what this is right now. We're seeing people told they got to stay in line. It's also great distraction porn, too. The more we look at these situations, the more we look at what's going on with Jay-Z and Diddy, we get distracted from what's really going on in Syria and behind the scenes and stuff, because they're never going to connect the dots. We're never going to see the actual those who are pulling the strings behind the scene. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell, for crying out loud, was found guilty of trafficking children to no one. So this is still a lot more hasn't been told, and we have to see what's going to happen. But I'd like to see some real work behind this and people connect the dots, not just repeating of what we already know and acting like you're there. You know what I'm saying? I want to see that. So.
Well, let's hear some actual stories. Let's hear this one from former NFL player Larry Johnson, who told this story on a podcast earlier yesterday.
Jay was going after B. B was a very young woman. Now, I did a Rockaware photo shoot in Colorado, and I think it was during the wintertime of 06 or 07. And Naomi Campbell was there, actress Jayme King was there, Jay was there, B was there, and he rented this house, and we were supposed to do this rap party for this photo shoot. We rented this house, and we were watching LeBron play. And after the game, it had to be like 10 or 11 o'clock. So we getting ready to party. Mind you, it's all adults. There was a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old teenage Latin girl that was there, and I think she had to leave because she had school and she had to do homework, but she brought her mother with her. So it was no funny business going on, which I could respect that. So when 11 o'clock hit, we turned on the music, we started drinking, and then out of nowhere came these young children. I don't know where they came from. For a rap party at 11 o'clock at night, drinking, loud music, and us dancing wild, like, I don't know where these kids came from. And then I happened to sit down because I was dancing with one of the assistants. And I sat next to this child, and the child sat next to Beyonce. So I hear B say something about, doesn't this look sexy, or isn't this sexy? And in my mind, and mind you, I'm not awakened as I'm awakened now. So in my mind, I'm like, what did she just say? And then I didn't pay no attention to it. And then, you know, obviously the liquor took hold of me and I had to leave. So I said bye to everybody and left. But those kids remained. I don't know if those kids were from the photo shoot themselves, but the fact that these kids came around adults during drinking hours or partying hours was already alarming to me. So when I hear something like this happens, I can't really discount it and say, oh, he could never do this, because I'm hearing stories, I'm seeing it with my own eyes, and I've been in situations where something don't sound or look right, and it's usually involving children.
So these type of stories, I think, are important, Craig. And I know, like, just Larry Johnson telling that story isn't enough for any sort of, conviction of any sort. But I think that more and more people coming out, telling their perspective, kind of painting the entire industry as corrupt. I mean, he mentioned LeBron James. That's so interesting because he came up again also today. I don't have the tweet with me, but we have some people speculating on Twitter right now that we know LeBron's taking a break right now from the Lakers out of nowhere, personal time. We wonder what that's about. Is this connected? So, but look, just putting that aside, I'm just trying to remind people this isn't just about Hollywood entertainment as far as movies goes. This is the music industry. This is sports. It's all connected. It's all the celebrity lifestyle of the upper echelon that are part of this thing that we have not been tuned into, Craig. And I honestly think that you're right. A house of cards, it's not going to fall down instantaneously. That's not how it works. But it's something where one little piece at a time, one little step forward, we can have these conversations. I'm going to put this slide up because I'm going to tell you right now, imagine somebody tweeting this out even just 5 years ago would have been considered just, oh, come on, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Well, now this is, and I'm using this as an example, Craig, that again, you can't put this up 5 years ago without people going, come on, get out of here with your conspiracy bullshit. This makes more sense now because you look at people like Ellen who have fled the country. She's not here anymore. She's gone. She's out. And you look back at this type of, well, what is this? What is this logo? Look, again, not enough to lock someone away, but we're at least allowed to have these conversations and get suspicious now. What are the ties to all these people? What is happening? Ellen, as we know, hosted, P. Diddy comes on her show and starts hugging and dancing around with children right on her show. We saw that. Did you see that clip? Do I need to pull that one up? I'm trying to connect the dots here.
Yeah, pull it
right?
Up. I mean, look, he's been attending these parties for quite some time. There's videos of him attending these parties for quite some time. So yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there could be fire. But like I said, I'm waiting for more of the information to come out. First of all, I got to see a video like the ones we saw about Diddy, how they connect the dots, right? About where he comes from and how he's chosen and whatnot. So I want to see more of this. It's been coming out more than anything. It seems like there's an attempt to demonize Jay-Z as much as possible, right? For whatever reason. The video of his sister trying to beat the crap out of him in that elevator has been coming out more than anything. Have you ever seen that video? Beyonce's sister loses it and tries to beat him
I've
out.
not seen the Beyonce. No.
Yeah. So I don't know if Jay-Z is another one of those guys like a Puff Daddy where he has a lot of information on our stuff on people and they want to either silence him or throw him to the wolves. Who knows? We don't know at this point. I'd like to just see more.
How many of them can be taken out, like you said, throw them to the wolves? For at some point, there has to be a certain number of them that they're throwing to the wolves where we're going to say, wait a minute, this whole system is rigged. This isn't just a couple bad apples. I think we're in a different time now. I said 5 years ago. I mean, just go back to, 6, 7 years ago when the Me Too movement started and you had, Harvey Weinstein. That there was no conversation at the time that the entire system of Hollywood was corrupt. It was, oh, Harvey's a bad apple. Oh, we didn't know. Oh, Meryl Streep. Oh, I didn't know. Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. Oh, we didn't know. Of course you knew. You guys were praising the hell out of him. You were making jokes about how he treated women, what he did. But I don't think society at that time was ready to have a larger conversation. It was much easier to say Harvey Weinstein is just a bad apple, Bill Cosby, all these bad apples. Let's get things back to normal. I think we're ready. I think the public is generally ready for a larger conversation now. We're not getting back to normal if Jay-Z gets thrown to the wolves. We're not. Okay. And this is I'm glad you pulled this up, Jayme. Thank you. I think this is the first moment of truth that Shannon
I pulled it up.
Oh, you pulled this up. Thank you.
Let's roll it.
Thank you. Let's hear it. This is just the context. Go for it.
No, go ahead. Provide the context.
The context is this is the beginning of 2024. How appropriate we play this near the end, the last month of the year. This is Cat Williams with Shannon Sharpe, who does not cut to a commercial. He's on his own. He just left the show with Skip, and he was trying something new, and he was in over his head. He brings Cat Williams on. This is how 2024 started. Cat Williams telling us what this year was going to look like, and sit back, put your seatbelts on, and get ready for a wild ride. And here we are, and he was right about everything.
Let's roll it. Let's roll it.
If you sign up for their program, you get a light-skinned, weird-faced wife that never do an interview. Listen, in 20 years, won't do an interview. Nobody's ever talked to her, and she's never been interviewed anywhere. And now, understand, I'm not talking about one person. What I just told you applies to 7 people. How they all end up with that. That's part of what you get. I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way. The truth is the light.
And they have no one of these.
Amen.
I love that last moment. Shannon Sharp doesn't know what to do, so he
I'm
grabs
gonna
a
have
drink.
another one of these.
Yeah, that's it. But he's not cutting to a commercial. Cat Williams chose the right place to do that, and boy, is that aging very well, like fine wine.
Yeah, and is it even deeper, Chess? Like, I don't know. Like all these things, they're so hard to tell. I mean, it's obvious that this is a controlled environment, a controlled system. People don't realize that Roy Khan was one of the first guys to do these things, right? Expose people, have these parties, film them, and show them. That was Donald Trump's mentor, by the way. Just want to point that out. But this stuff has been going on for quite some time. At what level? What do they do? I mean, how are they protected? What do they give them? It almost seems like they're chosen at a very young age. They're groomed at a young age, some of these stars. And eventually when they get them there, they know what they got. They have somebody that's so compromised that won't say a goddamn word, even if they got the chance. So, I mean, I look at these things when it comes to Diddy, when it comes to Jay-Z, when it comes to any of these people, they're just the face of what's going on. There's people behind them with much more power, much more evil that have been orchestrating, using our kids as currency for quite some time. And Hollywood and athletics are at the heart of it. More Hollywood than anything.
I'm keeping my eye on LeBron right now. I hope, man, because I really like the guy, but
personal time.
I just hope, man. I have a bad feeling about this personal time right now. I have
I gotta clean the pedophilia shit that's on my past and my history and stuff. That guy repeats too much of the bullshit, narrative, mainstream lines out there. The mainstream media lies, all the BS. He repeats too much of it. He's suspect of that alone. You know what I'm saying? He adds to the racial divide. He adds to all that shit.
He's totally suspect. You got him in the nurse outfit, with that sour look on his face. He wasn't doing that to support the LGBTQ community. That was something he had to do. You could see it all over his face when we showed you guys that on the show. But enough of these throwing to the wolf people like Jay-Z. It's at some point, Craig, there's a breaking point where society in itself is ready to have a larger conversation. This is Shaq's reaction on TNT, on NBA TNT last night when Kenny Smith brings up Jay-Z. And again, you can say, oh, we're just throwing another one to the wolves. But what is Shaq? Watch this clip and then ask yourself, what will Shaq do if LeBron's the next one or who's the next one? At some point, you can't even have a show anymore because everybody you're bringing up is tied to this shit. And people are waking up to it. Watch this.
Just assembling young talent. That's going to be difficult sometime because all those guys deserve playing time. So, he got me.
Yes, he did.
Wait.
He did.
Oh, shit.
I did not think.
Is that it started too early? Where's the one? Hold on. Oh, shoot. Okay, you know what? I brought up the wrong one. Let's find it real quick. He gets up a lot.
I have to use a little podcaster's room.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds.
I'm gonna find it. Craig will be right back. We're getting this clip for you guys.
Let me share this little super cut I made from Cat Williams while you're looking for what you're looking for.
Go for it. Go ahead.
All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. TG Jakes, any of them. All lies will be exposed. That's all.
And they have no one of these.
Amen.
Gee. After that, I don't.
really kind of know where to go. Let me one more time. One more time.
All lies will be exposed. Right.
I hope you enjoyed
Nice.
that.
Okay, no, that's good. So I just put the link in for the Shaq reaction. This is worthy of note because again, how many, as Craig says, throwing them to the wolves. There's only so many you can throw to the wolves before Shaq's going to get up and walk out on every time somebody's mentioned, because we're going to have too many people tied to this thing. This is not Harvey Weinstein that can just slip into the darkness and Hollywood is business as usual. We're in a new time now. I fully believe that. Let's play, if you can find this one. Yeah, let's play this one. Here we go.
You think Jay-Z or
probably not a good time right now.
You're silly, man. You're silly. You're wrong. You're silly, man. You're silly, man.
Go see if you can fix the wall, will you,
Fix the
Shaq?
wall, man.
Yeah, here, back here.
Fix the
I'll
wall,
go
man.
see if I can fix
My
the wall.
point was
Too soon, Kenny.
My point was you think
Yeah, that's what happens. It's time to get up and walk out. So the question is, the next one they throw at the wolves, is Shaq going to get up and walk out on that? At some point, we're all going to have to get up like Shaq and walk out. And I think that's the ultimate point here. The house of cards is falling, whether it's one little card at a time. It's not going to happen overnight, but we are certainly able to have a better conversation about this now than we were when the Me Too movement started. We're certainly able to see the dysfunction of the entire system of Hollywood, of the entertainment industry, of the sports industry. And, we're standing on the edge of our seats. We'll keep reporting to you guys what happens next. But in the meantime, yeah, Disney's going to keep pretending everything's great and having their little red carpet events with all the little underage kids with the big celebrities that are named in these cases. And they're going to try to put the act on as long as possible. But at some point, it's going to be over for them because it's just not sustainable as is. So that's this week in HOLLYWOKE. We'll be back in a moment with, we have a few segments for you guys coming right up. Give us 1 minute. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Oh, look at that. Our host, Craig Pasta Jardula. What is going on over there? The faceless co-host we have today.
I'm doing my Luigi imitation.
Nice.
Right? I'm doing my Luigi imitation because I really think we need to go back and cover that stuff from Top Censored News, right? And because you did the work on that, and I led us into deep, dark secrets of Israel / whatnot. But let me tell you something. I shaved my unibrow as an Italian guy, especially like Luigi, my cousin. My unibrow usually grows back within like 6 hours. Like that's how much hair Italians have. So that will explain the fact that that's why that unibrow wasn't there, because from the bike ride I used to escape, it came back. But I am Luigi.
Ah, nice. Well, yeah, no, Luigi, as we know, he's the guy. The case is closed. 30,000 unsolved homicides right now in New York City. But this is the one they had to go get. This is the one they took seriously because they could take other ones seriously. They just don't feel like it. It's just not worth it. But this guy, the CEO, he is the guy to protect. We know that. You have to protect the wealthy, protect the elite, and go after the people. That's how it works. And pit people against each other as well. One new thing that came up, because you guys know we've been covering the story, as Craig said, we broke this thing last week. The very next morning after, the incident went down and we saw what was on, we saw that this person certainly was making a statement against the healthcare industry and the corruption and all the people that are killed. This company alone was responsible for 32% of claims not being reported, or I'm sorry, not being they denied 32% of claims in order for this guy, Brian Thompson, to become a multi-millionaire. So good for him for making money off of other people's bad luck, I guess you could say. No, they killed them to not give you health care, not give the service you paid for. You paid your insurance premiums and you did not get your health care. You died, and this guy made money. That's what happened. So let's go and remind you guys, this was the deny, defend, depose. We covered that part. Those were on the bullets, the bullet casing. So we knew that this was something that was done to make this statement. The delay, deny, defund on the bullet casings comes from this book, calling out insurance companies, the book by Jay Feynman. I want to put this up because we found this one last night, and I'm glad we went back to this story, Craig. But when Luigi was found at the McDonald's 5 days later, it's very interesting because he was caught with everything on his person. And we saw the footage from the surveillance cam of him very meticulously not showing his identity, having looked like a mask. We talked about the mask situation, the technology that exists with masks that even put something on your face that doesn't even look like you. But regardless, he definitely seemed like he wanted to get away, but all of a sudden he's in the same, 5 days later, he's in the same outfit with the backpack, with the gun, with the silencer, with 2 fake IDs, and most importantly, with a manifesto. And I don't know if everybody looked close enough at this thing. We saw a line that stuck out to us, and I want to put this up right now. What do you make of this, Craig, that in the manifesto, he makes sure to compliment the feds. He says to the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. That was just one line that kind of stuck out to me. I'll bookend it with this. We didn't talk about the unibrow situation. Again, going back to the mask situation, who is under this actual mask from the surveillance cam above versus the guy we know, Luigi, down at the bottom with a different, obviously a different forehead look with the different hair and the different unibrow situation. So with that, let me pass it to our other, our Luigi in costume, which it could have been Craig there. I mean, he looks like he kind of fits this. If you're just missing the backpack, I think we just need the backpack. And oh yeah, we'll just pretend you got the backpack on. And it could certainly be you, and we could totally have done it at a McDonald's in Florida or out here. We could have had the same situation, and it could have been another award money that was not given to the employee that thought they were going to make a few bucks off of this, and they stiffed them. The girl who called it in stiffed her of the reward, which is an aha, you suck moment as well. So with that, any new thoughts on this? Always new information coming out daily on this thing. Any new thoughts on it, Craig, today?
Happened.
Oh, sorry. I took down the
Number
wrong
one,
thing.
I am Luigi. Okay. I'm going to start with that. I am Luigi. I explained the unibrow situation. We're Italian. We grow our hair back quick. So this hair I just shaved today, it will be, by the time I eat dessert tonight after my dinner, it will be back there. So that's the explanation for the unibrow. We're Italian. We grow hair quickly. Number two, the reason why I got caught is because I haven't really left but up to Pennsylvania. I had to leave quickly on an e-bike. I had to eventually get to where I had to go, and I've been kind of on the lam. But I knew I was going to get caught when I did this thing, and I wanted to get caught, because I wanted to make sure that I get the credit I deserve in changing the world for what it is. As you know, my family had a lot of money, and I made money in my parents made money in the not the hospitality industry, excuse me. I was going to say hospice, but in healthcare, in nursing homes and whatnot. Do you know how many people I've seen come in there, Matt, who are killed all the time because they don't have the proper insurance, or the insurance company, in this matter, kills them from denying their claim? It's unprecedented. The system needs to go. Like I said, these parasites need to be dealt with. I have all the money in the world, right? I don't need anything else. Everything is set for me. People ask why I would do this, because I want to be remembered as a person who did the right thing. Just like Aaron Bushnell went and set himself on fire, I'm sacrificing myself to make a statement to expose these parasites for who they are. So that's why I did it. I had no place to go. I didn't want to go to anybody's house. I didn't want to get anybody else in trouble. I didn't want to put anybody else in the line of fire as me. So I hid out, right? And I've had everything on me, the gun, the manifesto, the whole 9 yards. And I got picked up because somebody exposed me. And listen, I'm not mad at that person for doing so. Everybody's struggling. Everybody needs money. And that's what this is about. This is exposing the class issue, the class war we're in. So I am Luigi. I've done this crime. If you want to call it a crime, I call it actually a heroic act over here. And as you've seen, the CEO, Blue Cross Blue Shield, she's reversed her decision on not paying for anesthesia. It's already having the effect I wanted it to have. And I will not shed a tear, Mr. Rob Thompson, who took over after COVID, used AI generative software to put even more of a roadblock between the patient and the company. Have you ever seen The Rainmaker back in 1987, I think it was, or the 90s, whatever? It was a movie with Matt Damon and Danny DeVito. There's a whistleblower. And that was a confession. The idea is that we deny all claims. We don't care about people's health. Useless eaters. Care about our family's health. And my guys and my cronies, they'll get what they want. I care about my share and my stock owners. They made a lot of money. So that's why, that's what the CEOs say. So that's why I did what I had to do. So I am not a patsy. It was me who did it. It was an act on my own to expose these parasites for what they is. Guys, I know you like to go out there and look at all the possible angles out there. Oh, he was getting in trouble for a civil case for insider trading. You think they're going to send somebody to jail for insider trading? The whole Congress does it. Not just Nancy Pelosi, the whole Congress. Okay, this was an act of heroism by me. I am Luigi. I did it for the benefit of society. End of story. I wanted to get caught. So I laid it all out with my manifesto. That's why, Matt.
Okay. No, totally understand. And I just want to, if you're all just joining us right now, we have an exclusive interview happening right now with Luigi. We got him on the show. Luigi, I think we have to change your name up there because you accidentally
That's why I actually changed it to blue by accident. Jayme, take our names down.
Yeah. Let's take down the names. And I have some more questions for you, Luigi. And thanks for being, really, you could have gone anywhere, but you chose to come here to Homeless Left and Pasta to Go. I wish Craig was here to help me with this interview, but since I only have you for a little bit, we have some questions for you, Luigi. So please let us know what you were doing at that McDonald's 5 days later after, you had plenty of time to ditch town, get out. What were you doing in that McDonald's wearing the same sweatshirt, the backpack, the gun, the silencer? What were you doing with all that? Please explain, because I think a lot of us want to know what you were doing there with the same stuff on you.
Well, if you heard the reports, I've been gone for 3 months. I've been separating myself from my friends. I didn't want to take anybody down with me. This is my act and my act alone, right? I'm not MK Ultra. I'm not anything. I went to Hawaii to meditate, figure out what I needed to do. And like I said, I was very inspired by Aaron Bushnell and what he did. So I figured I can do an act. I'm not that courageous where I would kill myself. And what attention would I get? The only way the attention would be gotten is by one of these CEOs who makes these decisions if he was taken down. Okay. So I took a step back. I was gone for 3 months. I made sure nobody can get attached to me. So when I get the fall, I take it on my own. As far as, hanging out, I didn't want to go back to any spots where my friends were or anybody else could be taken down with me. So I hid on out and I wanted to take a step back and I just wanted to see what it was going to be like online, what information was going to be out there, how the public was going to react to this. So I just took a step back. There's my innate behavior, my innate sense that said maybe I should go on the lam and just try to live, free and not get caught. But from where it was going, I thought it would be best to turn myself in so I could expose exactly why I did this and why I wanted to kill these parasites. The reason why I was eating McDonald's is, unfortunately, I'm addicted to it. It's kind of Pavlovian. I had it as a kid, right? And, even Bill Maher was saying a couple weeks ago, that shit tastes great, even though I know it's bad. And I also felt like if somebody was going to get the reward, I went to a McDonald's where poor people would go. And, I'm the one who actually tipped the girl off to call me in, hoping that she would get the $10,000 so she could take care of her family. Things didn't work out that way. Don't hold it against that girl. She's not a snitch. She's just a poor woman trying to make a few extra bucks. And that's why we have everything. Listen, I was going to send in the gun and the manifesto, but I figured since I'm going to be the one who can only steer the ship in the right direction, as we go through these court hearings, there's going to be so many things that come out, right? That's the way we're going to really expose the healthcare industry. Not now, but when the hearings come, when they put me on trial and they start going into why I did this, I'm going to be able to call witnesses, guys. I'm going to be able to call people out there who are going to get their story out there. There are more eyes on there. I can expose what I saw in my family's nursing homes better than ever with a case of me getting taken to court. And that's why I'm going to do it. So put your seatbelts on. That's only the beginning. The reason why I turned myself in, I want to further expose these death merchants, these parasites, and what they're doing.
I hear you, Luigi. You're saying that this was kind of you turning yourself in, even though you didn't technically turn yourself in. You're saying it's because there was a reward that you thought that this McDonald's worker could benefit from. Okay, I'll take you for face value on that, but it doesn't really present well to the public that a guy that has such you are so articulate on the show right now. I appreciate you spelling this out, but I have a problem with your lawyer. Are you aware that he already has said on record? He's already said there is no evidence linking my client to this incident at all. Like, that's why you're going to be pleading not guilty. I mean, I know there's other reasons to plead not guilty, but it doesn't sound like you guys are in sync just yet. What are you nervous that maybe you guys aren't aligned? Because you seem a little more articulate than your lawyer is right now, at least at this point in time.
Of course, because listen, if I would have confessed to this right now, like I'm doing to you off the record, it would be a shut and dry case. That's it. It would go away. Who would pay attention to it? Right now, it's become a murder mystery situation. It's become another Mendez trial where all eyes and ears are on them. I'm doing this to expose the pharmaceutical companies for what they are. I know you might think that it's not capable that one individual can do these type of things, but I studied what Aaron Bushnell did and what he did and how many eyes got there. I know that if I am presumed innocent and I have a case, so many more people are going to go pay attention to it because they pay attention to their entertainment like this crazy. It's like a live murder mystery situation. I'm doing this in the order I need to do this. And at the end of the day, I don't want to just get acquitted. I want to be acquitted for what I did. I want to say that there is a right for me to do this. They say that, that you can't defend yourself, right, from somebody who else that does not pulling the trigger. Well, I say that CEO Rob Thompson did more than pull the trigger. He was at the top of the company that denied more claims than any healthcare company out there whatsoever. He's directly, specifically involved and is guilty of killing these people. And I plan to expose the whole system during my trial in the next years to come.
Well, you're definitely having a good start so far. I mean, the fact that they found you so quickly, you're in custody, they've released your manifesto. Isn't it weird how it's been so easy so far for you to get where you are? I think it's strange because you look at other manifestos of other incidences that we're not allowed to see and this is usually what you get. You get the feds and the police, they tell you, we can't see the manifesto of that school shooting. There was I think a trans person that had shot up a school. We can't see the manifesto of that one. You know why? Because the case is ongoing. Can't show it to the public. Why do we know nothing about the kid that apparently did the lone assassination attempt on President Trump? How were they able to sweep that one under the rug? Weren't you afraid that your plan, although it sounds nice when you explain it here on the show, it could have easily been, they could have easily just swept you under the rug. We wouldn't be seeing anything about you right now. Weren't you afraid to go that direction? Why do you think they're allowing you to get so much coverage right now and so much information, just throw it out to the public? If you really were a threat to the elite, if you really were a threat to the healthcare system as a whole, you think they'd be sweeping you under the rug right now, but they're not. What do you think about that?
Well, I would like to say that the first comment you made about the manifesto and how, like other people's manifesto were a little bit different. Aaron Bushnell was the one I concentrate on most because he didn't harm anybody but himself physically, right? A school shooter went and killed innocent people. At the Trump assassination attempts, innocent people got killed. The only person who got killed was somebody who wasn't innocent. And as far as like people saying I never spent time in my family's nursing homes, look, I've been through the system myself. I've had back injuries, and I've dealt with the back and forth of these insurance companies. I know people who have had insurance issues. I didn't have to spend a lot of time in my family's nursing homes, but I knew exactly what was going on. I know the system for what it is. I was a valedictorian. You don't become a valedictorian unless you try to help people out there in need. And I saw their stories. I saw what they went through. I had 3 months to figure this out by myself in Maui, to come up with a whole plan and formulate a plan to let it go exactly the way I wanted it to go. Okay. This is not an accident. This is not a one-off situation and me just like figuring out what's going along. I planned this for quite some time. You don't become the valedictorian unless you're smart. But like people say, I had everything I wanted. My family had wealth and whatnot. I needed to feed my inner side, my soul. And this is the way to do it, to expose the corruption that is going on in this country with some of the worst people out there. My knowledge, my insight, my life's goal, my path led me down the healthcare path. So that's what I'm exposing, these parasites and health.
Well, there's one more issue I have with your timing, Luigi. When planning this whole thing, and you had 3 months to figure this out, went to Hawaii, you thought this whole thing through. You thought this guy, the CEO, was the perfect target for making your statement. The timing of it, though, it seems like he was just about to go into a hearing where he was going to expose, or he had taken a deal. He's going to be a guy that goes in and pulls the curtain back on all of the corruption with Nancy Pelosi, with this. So there was a big case in the works, and he was about to be up on the stand. Do you think maybe possibly your timing could have affected that? Like maybe there's people.
You're misleading the people, Matt. It was a civil lawsuit. I was never criminally charged. I didn't have to testify. This was a civil lawsuit. How many people make money for insider trading? Come on. So many people out there. There was nothing I was going to expose. All I wanted to do was expose these parasites for who they are. And that's why I did what I had to do. He wasn't going on trial for anything. He wasn't going to get any of his colleagues in trouble. In fact, the World Economic Forum loved guys like this. Rob Thompson implemented an AI program that put a barrier between the patient and the company. So you're wrong. There is no bad timing on this whole situation. I did what I did because these guys kept getting away with murder. And like I said, look how effective it is. Blue Cross Blue Shield already changed their policy on not paying for anesthesia. Think about how many people alone that saved right there. Those 3 bullets were worth every single penny.
Well, I hope you're able to be as articulate about this in the actual trial. That would be awesome. We're really happy that you took the time to have us be your very first exclusive interview. You could have chosen anyone. You came here. I appreciate it. I know our co-host Craig Pasta Jardula is going to be upset he missed this little interview, but I will borrow one of his phrases. Craig talks about being thrown to the wolves. This could be a situation. I know a lot of people are skeptical. We're going to be watching the trial intently. If you even make it to trial, who knows what might happen to you while you're in custody? That's another issue we're all concerned about. Will you even make it to the trial? But if you do, yeah, we are concerned about the fact that maybe this guy could have been thrown to the wolves. And here we are now, not talking about what the company was actually doing. We're talking about what went wrong with Luigi and what was your story? What were you doing for those 3 months? So again, we hope that you can be as articulate as you were here on the show. Not so vague like you were in your manifesto. Very vague, by the way, very vague writing. You complimented the feds too. I wanted to point that out. You were very accommodating. It seems like you might have gotten some help with that manifesto. I won't pin you on that. I know people get help sometimes.
Here's the thing, Matt. Here's the thing. Listen.
Okay.
There's the system of the police department sucks. You really, to tell you the truth, it's about the elite being able to rob from the poor. That's who the cops protect. They protect those in power. But there are good cops out there. There are people who join the police force because they think they're doing a good thing. Same thing with the doctors. A lot of good doctors out there, even though the system's a sick care system and they have to work through Big Pharma and have to work through all these healthcare companies. There are still some good doctors out there. Same thing with feds. There are guys who went to the military or didn't even go to the military who think they're doing a good thing. And no matter what the manifesto says for them, what they have to do, whatever the rules and their rulers have to say to do, they have an impulse to do the right thing. So I just want to make sure we let the people know out there that not every Fed is a bad person. they're a wrong person. They're duped. They should stop. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, they do these things for certain reasons. There are certain good doctors out there. They're in a shitty system. Same thing with cops. So that's all I was pointing out, is the fact that there are some good feds out there, because you know what? I'm going to need some help. Look, I am Italian, and the reason why Pasta, my cousin, he's my third cousin, he couldn't show up because I didn't want to incriminate him. So I told him to step aside while I do this interview with you. But I am Italian, so I should have some protection in jail. And like I said, had I just confessed and there was a cut and dry case, they would have just been talking about me. I don't want them talking about me. I want them talking about the healthcare industry, and that is going to be exposed 10 times fold with my court case. And you know how many people are going to be paying attention to it? The world will be watching, and we will expose these parasites for what they are. So all I have to say is put your seatbelts on. I spent a lot of time thinking about this. I've looked at a lot of examples. I looked at the Mendez case. I looked at all these other court cases that grabbed a hold of the people out there. The O.J. Simpson case. I mean, there are just some cases out there where it's played on time TV. The Luigi Mangione case will be played on primetime TV, and I will expose this industry. I will expose these parasites for what they are. I hope nobody sheds a tear for Rob Thompson. And I'm not telling you to go out there and shoot him, but you don't have to cry for him. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Right. Point well received. We look forward to watching the trial unfold. This could be the trial of the next century, because you mentioned OJ Menendez. This could be the one. We hope you do make it to the trial and nothing weird happens in your cell, or you might get thoughts of suicide. But you seem pretty healthy-minded to me. You seem very positive and energetic. We might have to use this clip as proof that you were in a good headspace in case something happens to you in the next week or two or several weeks to come. But yes, we will be paying attention. And thanks for taking the time, Luigi, to do this interview with us here on The Homeless Left and Pasta to Go today. And good luck at your trial.
Thank you very much, Matt. And Tom Pasta, I said I love him. And the only mistake I regret is eating at McDonald's. Man, it's hurting right here. I'm telling you. Ooh.
Yeah, man. You want to keep that physique, dude. You should lay off the McDonald's for sure when you get out of there.
Absolutely right.
Okay. Awesome. All right. That was Luigi. Man, you guys, what a treat that was, having an opportunity to interview the guy. I hope we kind of called him out on a couple things, but he seemed to have a retort to everything. So let's hope Luigi is as articulate as he was here on the show when he gets into trial. We'll see how it goes. All right. I hope Craig. It's too bad he missed it though.
What I miss? Sorry about that. I had to go to the bathroom, man. I had my coffee kicked in.
Oh, dude, we just had this exclusive interview, man, with Luigi. I was trying to get a hold of Luigi, your third cousin, man.
Oh, damn. Thanks.
The assassin, accused assassin, alleged assassin of the CEO healthcare dude, death care guy. Yeah.
You know what? It's so crazy because I see somebody going, lots of love to your mom, Pasta. And you're talking about Luigi. It's like right when that was happening, I'm sitting there, I'm on the phone with Humana trying to get my mom into a rehab and dealing with a situation where I felt they were playing God with my mom's life. I use those words, like, you were playing God with my mom's life, and I am going to try to get you for everything I can, knowing that they're going to have protection. You know what I'm saying? But that's the situation about Luigi. Like, these guys have like just enjoyed the protection from the government, from all their donors, right? Everybody's protecting everybody in Big Pharma for God knows how long. We had on Ben Marble, whether you believe in the reasons why he thinks what's going on, whatever, these guys have been protected. For crying out loud, Matt, their freaking jab is still under emergency use authorization, means you can't sue them. This was the one time, baby. No protection for you, just like you're out there, right? And I think this is why there's so many people going, oh my God, it's so disgusting that they're standing behind a guy who committed murder. Really? All those people that they murdered, this is the one time they were vulnerable. And it was like a sense of like, hey, the public knows, and they're going to show you this is what he's going to expose. If he ever does make it to trial, I mean, I'm wondering what the guy can expose, but he'll also expose the fact that a lot of people were happy he did what he did, were okay what he did, and that's showing society. It's showing people that society is going to catch up, and the ruling class ain't going to enjoy that protection no longer. He's going to expose a lot, and he already did with what happened going on. So, hats off to Luigi.
Yeah, the viewers loved it. I'm glad we had a chance to talk with him, and we'll stay on to this thing. And I'm glad we get to have a healthy discussion about it. No pun intended on the healthy discussion part of it. So yeah, let's do. We're wrapping up. We got the last half hour or less from here, but I have a few. I have two things I want to do. So can we do a quick? I said half hour or less.
Can we make a comment? Can we think about this for 1 second? Think about it. Like, a lot of people say they commit murder on a famous person because they want to be famous. Let's think if this guy took it this further. My cousin was a little bit of a ham sometimes. What do you say? I don't really just want to be famous. I want to be praised. Not like in a Mickey and a Mallory way and make believe in an Oliver Stone movie, right? Because those people were evil. But how does somebody become a hero for killing somebody? Like, think about the thoughts of these people's minds and stuff like that, right? Like, he's literally has 80%, if what I look, of the nation, at least if you're looking at a Twitter terms, rooting for him. Rooting for him. He killed somebody in cold blood, and they are rooting for him. A lot of thought went into this, man.
I feel like you've completely ruled out the MK Ultra, Craig. Completely ruled it out. You're usually the pessimistic one on the show. You're usually the one saying we're not making any steps forward, not even incremental steps, and yet you're all in on this hero.
Why would they MK Ultra this guy to go kill him? Right? What do they have? What benefit? For Sirhan, there was a benefit behind it. It was a Palestinian. The state of Israel is right. Look at these Palestinians. They'll kill people in cold blood.
So, Craig, so far it's not looking like the articulate, message-driven person we just had on the show. It's not looking like that. I will believe it when I see the trial. I'm not saying I'm all in on MK Ultra. I'm just letting you know that the best place we can be is open to both right now. But it's not 100%. There's no way you can determine based on the way things have gone. We don't know the backstory so much about this guy. Maybe he was going to expose something. Maybe he is, as a term I'll borrow from you. You use the term, throw him to the wolves. This Thompson guy could have been one of those guys being thrown to the wolves. You MK Ultra dude to do this. And yes, you're right. There's a lot of people that are cheering him on. There's also people saying, you liberal trash, how dare you? There's a divide being done right now. And all they have to do is suicide this guy, make him out to be somebody who just lost it, a rich asshole who lost it. And that's all they have to do. And then we're right back.
Too lopsided. It's too lopsided. It's not enough of a divide and conquer technique, in my personal opinion.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's too Here's the thing. All I need you to do is explain to me. Indy can explain to me. My friend Gloria can explain to me. Anybody explain to me what benefit they got of this guy getting shelled down in the street. If there was somebody who just wanted to get rid of him, they make his plane crash like they do to the doctors that we're going to go testify about the Brazil stuff, right? They do so many other things. But to sacrifice him like this out, like a sheep, like thrown to the wolves, you have to show me the benefit of it, because every single pharmaceutical CEO, insurance health club CEO are probably going, holy shit. I mean, from what I understood, they took all their pictures down at Blue Cross Blue Shield. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't want, like, it's more negative than it is positive. I can't think of a reason on why they would MK Ultra this guy to go out and kill somebody in the streets, unless it totally backfires on their divide and conquer thing, because most people are actually coming together over this issue.
Okay, let me give you one other example that we lived through very recently, and we both know Miriam Henning, and she's talked this through. Black Lives Matter, George Floyd. You could have the same argument. What benefit would it be for them to allow people getting in the streets and calling out the abuse of power of the police and the targeting of minorities and the prison industrial complex? Why would it benefit the elite to allow people to get all in the streets about something? Look at how that turned out.
It divided people down the middle with that one, though.
Not at first. At first, it looked like everyone was on board. There was a message there. And
not the right. The right was never on board with that.
They were forced on it because they saw that the NBA had it on their logos, that whatever. It was, you were in a minority if you were upset about that. There was a very brief moment of time where everyone's like, oh my God, people are saying something about power. That's what the optimist in us wanted. There was a brief moment where we said, oh my God, we can all unite against something and challenge power, when it turned out to just be another ploy to divide people and not challenge anything. And so the people in the street became the problem. And I'm just asking you to consider the possibility that people getting in the street right now against the CEOs as right on the right side that they would be, in a moral way, they would be on the right side of history. They might get turned into the bad guy. They already are. You put those flyers up and say wanted, you're going to be made as the villain. That's what's happening. I'm telling you, it's hard to see right now. We're in the moment of, yes, something's happening, but I remind you, we had a brief moment with George Floyd where there's, yes, something's happening, turned out to be a total psyop. And just keep that open. Keep your mind open for that, because we're not to the trial yet. And I don't know if this guy's going to even be able to have a chance to speak, let alone be as articulate as you were, as the guest on here, spelling it all out as you just did. But I'll try to be hopeful.
Bathroom. If Luigi talked to you, that's your business with Luigi, not mine. And I just don't see it just yet. We will see. These are just some interesting points to put out there. So we'll see as it comes along. But this could be, and you got to admit now. And when Jayme CheeseSlice was going, man, all we keep seeing is Luigi Mangione on the screen. All we keep on seeing Luigi and Mangione on the screen. What if somebody else is working with him, like a white coat kind of guy, right? Who's saying, let's expose these people. This guy's ready to sacrifice himself for the greater good, to expose these parasites and expose the whole system to try and bring it down. I don't know. I mean, like, we've been thinking for so long, how do we bring the people together? How do we unite? Oh, maybe we can unite behind labor. Oh, maybe we can unite on this. And no matter what, it seems like the ruling class is 2 steps ahead of us. And maybe they are in this one. Maybe they're duping us right now. Maybe it was them. Maybe he was MK Ultra. But I'm looking at this thing in a different way. And the fact that they're flooding this because this is going to distract people from what's going on. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's playing that whole game, when he outsmarts people. What was the movie with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman and Kevin Spacey?
Seven.
Right? He was doing this the whole time. He was playing a game.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's like John Kiriakou says, those in the deep state, they're not as smart as you think you are. They're just dumb. They keep running the same playbook. Well, maybe they're outsmarted. Maybe Luigi's doing that. Who knows? We got to see. But if he can have a hearing, right, that's going to be all over everything, and people really dive into it, maybe they'll see these parasites for what they really are. Like I said, the reaction, I think a lot of people, when they were kind of hesitant to go, good, I'm glad, fuck these people, whatnot. But then all of a sudden, people started speaking up. And then the Bill Burr said some stuff. And all the other people said some stuff. And people were like, you know what? I'm going to put it out there. I'm glad this piece of shit CEO got gunned down in the street like the dog he is, because the health insurance industry kills how many people a year? And those people have no voice whatsoever. Who knows?
I hope you're right about Luigi. I really do. But we have to, our job as independent media, as journalists, is we have to stay healthily optimistic, or skeptical, right? Healthily skeptical, cautiously optimistic. Keep all options open. Just don't get too caught up in the emotion that something big is happening. And you know this more than anyone, Craig, with the whole Trump thing. You know this. It's so easy to get very hopeful and say something's happening, when at the end of the day, you step back and you go, is there really anything happening at all? Is it just another ploy to keep us divided and make us think somebody's fighting for us? So I'm
already done the world fucking justice. He's the greatest guy around. What murder? He's already started to expose now. People talk about the industry that it is. And then also, more than anything, we saw as a guy got killed down in the streets, which normally would be like, oh my God, that's not who we are as a society. We can't do that. We're better than that. If you have a gripe, go ahead and take them to court, sue them, do that. But you don't kill them. No, we didn't see that. We saw people say, what? Good. Enough is enough. Screw your corrupt system. He won't be taken down. The government's going to protect him. All the elites will protect each other. But guess what? You're not safe now. You're not safe. So as much money you have, as much friends in the government you have, you can get gunned down in the streets for being a piece of shit and playing God with people's lives, like the insurance companies have been doing. They've been playing God with people's lives, and one of them got their ass bit. And even if it was a setup from the inside, it put all the other CEOs on notice. Like I said, they started taking down their pictures and they start reversing their decisions. Like, wait a second. We were joking. We're going to cover all your anesthesia. That was a joke. No, it wasn't a joke, but they reversed that decision quickly, didn't they?
All right. Well, I hope you're right. I'm going to try and ride off of your optimism on this one, and I hope we can keep moving forward on this. But yeah, I'm gonna stay cautiously optimistic on this at best. So
Mr.
great
Switzerland over here.
Yeah, great segment on that. That was awesome. Let's you know what, we'll go ahead and cut the World War III watch, because we did get into some of the Greater Israel. We'll do more of that next week. I think that we need to do a little bit more going down that rabbit hole next week, but you guys understand how that's going right now in the Middle East and the 7-country thing. We'll get to that. It's a little too much right now, because I want to do the loudest voice. I think this is important because this just happened. What do you think? Can we finish it off with the loudest voice?
Whatever you want, my man. You're driving the bus. I got a bet. We go 14 minutes. I win my bet.
Okay, well, we're gonna cut it off right before 13. We'll go 13 and a half. Let's go 13 and a half today. Okay, last segment of the day, guys. It's time for loudest voice of the week. Here we go. The loudest voice of the week. It can come to us in many different ways. We love this. The one we're going to do for you. This comes from a friend of the show. He's been on here several times, talking about his type of disruption, as we like to say, the art of disruption. Jose Vega is at it again, this time against Nancy Pelosi. Now, the reason why this one's important, and we actually saw him on Kit Cabello. I want to give a shout out to Kit, who was actually supposed to come on today. He's dealing with some stuff. We want to give him some positive vibes, sending him from our shows to his. But he had Jose on earlier today, along with his team, and he's got a team in place. This is awesome. Let me grab this from my files. So what we're going to see is how this was covered from the camera that was on Pelosi. It was a multiple disruption that occurred. Then we're going to see it from Jose's point of view. And I want to talk to you guys about what he has accomplished. And I want to see if I could maybe change some of your guys' minds as far as how disruption can work. If there's a long-term approach and a very strategic plan, and you're not just screaming and shouting, you have a very specific plan. And when you're working with more than one person, you can be extremely effective. So let's see. First, we'll see what happened on that stage. Here we go.
Issues.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you
Don't worry about that. I'm from San Francisco. I'm used to this.
We have an opportunity for the audience to ask questions, so we'll wait till the end of our conversation to do that.
See, they'll get what they want because all the press will say is that we got interrupted.
All right, so you never know what to expect at the 92nd Street Y. I'll wait a second to continue.
Let us bow our heads for the hostages.
Oh, wow.
And be careful about the hostages, which they never mention. So,
the hostages, which they never mention. Yeah, the hell right. Okay, let's see this from the ground, from the point of view of Jose. You could see the different people that were set in the audience and how this actually happened from the audience's POV.
Nancy, I'm glad to hear that you disagreed with the Iraqi war, but you do not disagree with the genocide that's taking place right now in Palestine, okay? You're not in a position to lecture anyone right now. You're not in a position to lecture anyone, all right? There is a genocide taking place. 200,000 dead Palestinians. We're about to go to nuclear war right now with Lebanon, all right? You're a washed-up fraud. You don't need to lecture anyone, okay? We should be working for peace. We need to cooperate with other nations, and that's what we should be doing.
Do you feel powerful? Do you feel powerful killing Palestinian children? Do you feel powerful sending people to Ukraine?
Get the fuck
hey,
out.
do you think that's, do you find power in that? Do you find power in killing all these innocent civilians?
Nancy Pelosi more interested in the freaks and the stock market than her own constituents in San Francisco. Isn't it kind of funny how poor the country is? Isn't that funny, huh? How's all that stock market money going, Nancy? How did you become a millionaire? What's the book for? You made all
Hey, Nancy! The art of power? What about the art of corruption? You are corrupt! So corrupt! How many millions do you think of the stock trading? And you don't care about us!
Go. Okay, now a lot of you guys watching this, I know it's upsetting if you haven't seen enough of these or you've seen a few of them. It is upsetting when you see some of the audience and how horrible they behave, and they're saying "F you this" and "get the hell out of here," and they applaud when they get escorted out. That's the nature of it. That's part of it. Jose's been on our shows and explained this to us, so we just need to brush that off our shoulders and understand the larger message that's happening here. And when you coordinate something like this with a team of people, you're sending a message that's bigger than I'm just going to be this solo person that interrupts. It's going to happen once in a while. No, Nancy Pelosi and her team have to have a serious conversation about this. And you saw that bullshit she pulled at the end in the first clip where she talked about, let's pray for the hostages. She's not okay right now. Her team has to discuss this. Everywhere she goes, and this is the point, guys, everywhere Nancy Pelosi goes, she needs to be afraid that this is going to happen to her. Why? Not just because of her insider trading, not just because of the genocide she's funding in Gaza, but all of the power she has over all her not just the constituents that she's supposed to be leading, but all the people that she owns in Congress. She owns AOC. She owns the squad. She owns all of these people, and she needs to know that everywhere she goes, she will be interrupted. She will be disrupted. It's a coordinated effort. I think it's working. Anybody who's been on the fence about this being a strategy that works, just know this. They explained this today on Kit Cabello's Hardlands Media show. The whole team came on this morning, talked about it. I recommend you guys go and watch that replay, or when he puts the segments up pretty quick, so you can go to his channel, watch how they explain this. I think it's awesome. I think it's great. If anyone's been on the fence, I know, Craig, you know there's other techniques that we know very well, that as journalists, we can have other techniques of how do you get to Pelosi. But this technique works very well for what they set out to do, and I'm seeing the results. Your thoughts on everything we just said?
No, I love what he does. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing that's a shame, because I have the balls to do that shit. I really do. But I just have that different approach where I've always want to keep myself open and asking questions. I mean, I think one of the things that really helped me out in my career too, as well, and to move forward and getting the bigger audiences on bigger shows, was the fact that when I did get in the room with RFK, the way I asked him those questions, my interview with Dr. Cornel West, asking those questions, I never took myself out of the game. I never took myself in a position. I mean, maybe with RFK because they wanted to avoid me, but you don't want to be one of those guys who they can say, oh, this guy's going to yell and scream and not listen, whatnot. But if you ask those questions in a proper way, as a journalist could do, it's effective. I would have still loved to go to that situation with them, right? That I would have loved to go to that event. But as they were taking questions in the room, I would have tried to position myself first and say, Nancy, Congresswoman Pelosi, I had a different question for you. But being that you got interrupted in this audience, how do you feel about the situation where you are pretty much greenlighting a situation in genocide? I mean, are you okay with this whole IDF tactic by using United States weaponry that you are obviously openly supporting to kill civilians to try and get to Hamas? And have we seen any videos of these Hamas people that they claim to be killing? I would have piggybacked off them. So I would still join them. And I do appreciate what they're doing, because that is the thing. You can have gotcha moments out there. And I remember when I was in front of Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and I wasn't ready for that question and to say in a proper way. And I said to myself from that point forward, I will never, ever get caught with my guard down. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying, like, our own manifestos on each one of these politicians. We can't be as smart as Max Blumenthal, where he can see, oh, Wolf Blitzer, you're part of this AIPAC thing. You know, he'll see somebody, he'll know exactly what they did wrong. We have to have that collective information together. And as journalists like me and you, that's what we have to prepare for in the future. When we go there, we're ready, we're set, we have the questions that are needed to set. And you can ask the questions in a professional manner. Sometimes when you ask those questions in a professional manner, it takes away the out of you screaming and yelling at them going, I'm not going to answer you. You're yelling at me. You're screaming at me. Why should I talk to you? But if I say it in a professional manner when it was my turn to grab the microphone, then I've done myself justice. I've done justice for the room. I've done justice for the move. I'm trying to talk for 4 more minutes, and I know you're trying to get us out of here to not lose the bet.
No, I'm not. Actually, I want to respond. Let me respond to what you said. No, I don't care. I don't care. You win the bet.
All right, 3 more minutes.
We're almost there. Don't celebrate just yet. Hold on. But I'm responding to this. Look, let's go back to intention. You're saying you piggyback off of it and you continue and actually hold her accountable, ask her a question that she has to answer. That would be the next step. I just want to be absolutely clear. Their intention is not to get an answer from her. They know they won't. We've seen too many videos of Nancy Pelosi walking through the hallway and getting followed by, whether it's Code Pink or anyone else, asking her the question. They're also not getting an answer. You think they're going home crying, going, I can't believe it, Nancy Pelosi didn't answer my question. The answer that she is giving is nothing. When she's silent and she just walks and goes like this, and they just getting the question out is a good thing. So you don't really expect to have much from her. Sometimes she opens her mouth. You're right. Sometimes. But in this case, to be very clear, this is about disruption. The reason I played the first video was to show what was being aired, what was being broadcast. They're squirming. We couldn't hear it as well, what was going on in the audience from the beginning, but we saw the 2 women on stage. They didn't know what to do. The look on her face is, oh shit, everywhere I go, I'm going to be interrupted. I'm going to be disrupted. How do I deal with that in the long run? This is never going to stop as long as I'm doing the things I'm doing and killing people. I will always be disrupted. If I don't get disrupted, that'll be a fluke. I should expect to be disrupted every time I plan an event from here on out. That's the point, and that's what I think was accomplished and is continuing to be accomplished every time Jose Vega and his team show up at an event. Specifically targeting this woman, and they're doing it to others as well. But she's getting it a lot right now, and she should be afraid that she can't get through one little sit down, little fun conversation about, oh, how's everything going? No, you're going to get interrupted every time. I love it.
Hear, hear.
Oh, shoot. It is 1 minute to the hour, but the live count is still going. So I got a tip in Rockfin. I got to read it, so I can't. Okay, go for it.
So we're gonna go over the 7 minutes. It says, hold on, let me copy it first. There it goes. First tip of the day, right? I'm glad we stayed that long. I wouldn't have made this $2 right here. Right? Hold on. Let me get it up, guys. Guys, we want to thank you all for joining the show today. There it is. Sorry, put it up. My bad. Check out this minute video on this of this guy on C-SPAN politely asking the U.S. If the U.S. Has worse human rights than China. Let's play that. Why don't we play that? Can you got that, Jayme? Oh, we got a Rumble rant too. I'll go pick that up. Where's the Rumble rant? Jayme, find the video real quick and play it. Oh, here it is. Oh, for the Pasta Luigi bail fund. For the Pasta Luigi bail fund. Pasta Luigi, I think is what you say. No Luigi. Take the L out. Pasta Luigi. And that's from Airwaves. Airwaves leaving $5 on over on the Rumbles, the Rumble rants. That's good. Do you have that video by any chance? Thank you, Airwaves.
Healthcare, gun control, abortion,
climate change, the theory of evolution, you name it.
Well, let's hear from our viewers, and let's start with a call from Jacob in Mossonee, Wisconsin. Jacob, you're on the air. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to ask the author about maybe perhaps commenting on the fact that Craig Murray, the former ambassador to Uzbekistan from Britain, he received intel that the CIA was actually oiling people alive in Uzbekistan. And I mean, this is a long history of CIA torture. So I'm wondering, is our policy really any better than even China's, or is it even worse? And at home, we killed Dr. King. The New York Times even reported on that government agencies actually assassinated Dr. King. So I'll just leave it at that. Maybe you can comment. And, I'm just wondering how much freer are we really than anyone else, or is this all just lies that every government's being told more or less? And I think, again,
Professor Jouet, what do you want to do with that?
That's a great question. So overall, America has made major contributions to the spread of democracy and human rights throughout the world. It's really important to understand that America is the first Western democracy that emerged from the Enlightenment. So even though the founding fathers were not perfect men, still they introduced concepts of individual liberties that were models for other nations. That being said, America has always been a nation of contradictions, including with regard to human rights. Is of course a question of civil rights, slavery for African Americans. That was evoked by the question, and I would say that when we look at America, it's really interesting to look at these contrasts.
Lilia is calling from right here in Los Angeles. Hi, Lilia.
Hi. Thank you
That's
very
it.
much.
That's enough.
Professor,
Okay.
I want to know,
Well, wait. Does she? Let me see what he says. Go ahead.
have you ever lived or visited an American Indian reservation for a substantial period of time?
And why do you ask that question, Lilia?
Because he's talking about liberties.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I've not had a chance to visit an American Indian reservation. However, I have visited the equivalent in other parts of the Western world.
All right, enough. Stop. I can't with this fucking bullshit. I had to. Oh my god. I mean, the whole lines of, oh, we're still the greatest country in the world. This is the part of nationalism that a lot of leftists had problems with when it came from the populist right. You're trying to gloss over by saying we're the greatest country. That excuses us for all our negative actions. Not the individual people, but the actions the government took in our name, the blood the government spilled in our name, i.e. dropping a bomb on civilians in World War II. I don't sit there and say that, I don't repeat the thing that, why won't you hate this country? You won't say you love it? No. I'm not saying that's a loaded question. I can tell you I love my fellow citizens, but I don't love my government. I don't love the history of what my country has done, whether it be the Indians and wiping them out, whether it bringing people here as slaves to build this country and never giving them their fair due and their fair chance, all these things like that. It's okay to say that our country has had some bad past, and I will not ignore it or have amnesia by saying we're the greatest country that ever lived, because that's what that attempt is to do. It's to say it was okay for the history of our country without fixing it moving forward. And this doctor just gave you some more of the same bullshit we keep getting fed, whether we're in school or out there from our mainstream media. We're not the greatest country. We got a lot of dirt and blood on our hands.
Yeah. I was skeptical that we should end on that note, but you know what? You kind of tie a bow around everything we covered today, going down the rabbit hole, all this corruption, trying to pull the curtain back. At the end of the day, this country, the idea we're trying to hold on to this number one spot. Number one in what? In propaganda? Number one in what? People thinking that they're in a free, living in a free society. Number one in people not being skeptical at all of the people in charge. Number one in what? Bad health, deaths, prison industrial complex, per capita, people incarcerated. Number one in what? That list goes on and on for me. So I'll still say we're number one, Craig, but not in the way that's being presented. So all we can do is keep challenging what is being fed to us every day, spoon-fed to us by this corrupt propagandist media that keeps spewing hate and fear and divide and ways for us to comply more and not ask questions. But we're going to continue asking those questions that need to be asked. We're going to continue to do the job the mainstream media refuses to do. And that's why we're having the conversation with you. And we thank everybody today for being part of what we're doing on all the platforms, whoever you tuned into. Thank you for being part of it. We'll be back next week. I don't know if you want to do any final thoughts, but I want to put up this work in progress for next week that we were working on. A little announcement, a couple people coming by next week. Craig and I will be back co-hosting, but we also have Jay Scott will be coming in for a little bit, doing a little guest co-host with us. We also have Danny Katz back. So we'll be doing another show next week, guys, with you. As you can see, Biden has his little Santa hat. We're getting closer to Christmas time. Look at all the bags of cash he's laundering there. It definitely does feel like holiday time, Christmas spirit. So come back with us next week. A little Christmas time, Christmas attitude in the air, holiday season. There's enough money to go around for everyone if you're in the donor class, of course.
Yep. Great stuff, buddy. Great stuff. Had a great time. I knew we would go over the 4 hours today. Love you guys. We'll speak to you soon.
Okay, and let's go ahead and we'll play out the outro. I'm going to give a little shout out. This is a little kickback, a little throwback to this is an oldie but a goodie, but we're giving a shout out to our sponsors of the show, and I do that in air quotes, and you guys will see what I mean. Until then, hit the like, subscribe. Thank you to our guest today, Dr. Ben Marble, to Shelby, Hosana, to Jayme on the back, behind the scenes with us, helping us out all day long. We'll be back next week with another show. Thanks, guys, and thank you, Craig. Thank everyone out there. Good show, good times. We'll see you
guys
next week. We're out. Let's go.
Sponsored by Pfizer. Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer. CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer. ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer. CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer. This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by
all lies will be exposed. That's all.
I need to have another one of these.
Amen, amen.
Shit. After that, I don't really kind of know where to go. Let me one more time. One more time.
All lies will be exposed. Right.